That have joined us.
Good morning.
Good morning. We'll have the inputs from firstly SAPU and then POPCRU and then IPUSA on the SAPS annual performance plan, and then we will have the PSIRA presentation. Next, Babawa. That is our agenda for today. Do I have a proposal for the adoption of the agenda, please?
Sheikh Imam moves, Chair.
Sheikh Imam moves adoption. Do we have a seconder?
Blanche second.
Sir Blanche seconds. Could we consider the meetings of the minutes of the 3rd of May, please? Honorable members, you read the minutes. Page 1. Page 2. Do we have all the names recognized? Page 2, page 3. Page 3. Could we have the full page 3, please, Babawa? Babawa, we're waiting for the full of page 3. Could you scroll up, please, Babawa? Nicolette, I can't see the full of page 3. Could you guys scroll up, please? Members, can you hear me?
Chairperson loud and clear.
Recording stopped.
I've now lost the minutes. Am I the only one?
No, it is lost.
I think Babawa is having technical problems. It doesn't seem even as if she's hearing me. Nicolette, can you help us with the minutes, please?
Let me just quickly get it. I'll display it now.
Members, could you please be patient? Thank you, Nicolette. We need to go to page 3. Thanks. Page 3. Page 4.
Recording in progress.
Page 4. Page 5. That brings us to the end of that session of the 3rd of May. Do I have a proposal for the adoption of the minutes of the 3rd of May?
Good morning, Chair. Peacock proposed for the adoption.
Good morning, Peacock. You've got a lot of energy today. Honorable Peacock, your voice sounds energized.
I am, ma'am.
I can hear that. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, do you have any information before I start? If not, could we start with the presentation of SAPU? Members still have to go to the house today. SAPU, Nicolette, who's going to flight the SAPU presentation? Are they ready?
Good morning, Jay. Sorry to interject. Jay, we still need a seconder for the
Oh, my apologies. The seconder, I was talking to Peacock. The seconder, thanks, Nicolette. The seconder for the minutes.
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Marekwa. Now we could start the SAPU presentation.
Good morning to the Portfolio Committee, and thank you very much to the chairperson of the session. I am Tsepo Matsane, the Deputy General Secretary of SAPU. On behalf of the President of SAPU, who is currently engaged in other union business, Comrade Thabo Matsuse, we want to first and foremost thank you very much as the leadership of SAPU. We want to express our gratitude for this, for the invitation which has been extended to SAPU as a stakeholder by the Honorable Portfolio Committee. What is important?
My apologies for interjecting. Could you please introduce your delegation?
All right, it's Tsepo Matsane. I'm the Deputy General Secretary of SAPU. I'm representing SAPU as a stakeholder.
Are you alone or do you have members who have joined you?
I am alone.
Thank you very much. You may continue. Apologies for interjecting, but I'd like to know who your delegation is for our record purposes. You may continue.
Not a problem, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Yes, as I was saying, we appreciate the opportunity which has been given to us as the South African Policing Union, as an important social partner in SAPS and to the citizenry at large. We first and foremost would like to start with the following issues, which we think are very much important because in the country of South Africa, we are experiencing, and I think all members would be very, very, very concerned about the high levels of crime which we experience in our beloved country. And we want to reflect, and we think that it will be important that the Portfolio Committee views this on a positive light, as we want to be part of problem solving as a stakeholder in South Africa. Now, the narrative that South Africa is a failed state or fast moving towards a becoming failed state is more and more becoming to the fore in the public debate. And it's also accepted that when a society is in anarchy, it would lead to complete chaos. As to whether South Africa is already a failed state or whether we are in anarchy is not for SAPU to add to the debate, but what we think and we are confident in expressing is that the high levels of crime in South Africa are really a concerning factor. We wish to also input specifically on the SAPS annual performance plan 2023-2024 and the budget. Now, before dealing with these specific matters, which we need to deal with as per the invitation, we would love to reflect on a number of issues which we think are quite important, which touch the Vision 2030 of the National Development Plan. And in 2030, it was said that people living in South Africa feel safe and have no fear of crime. The plans and strategies will remain a paper exercise without really impacting the lives of South Africans in the country if there's no action. The National Development Plan was developed in 2012 and set out a clear vision for 2020. Now, what is a worrying factor is that nearly 2/3 in its existence. Now we are now in 2023, as the plan relates to SAPS. Not very far has been made. No tangible actions have been taken towards realizing this. In 2023, as we have said, despite the lack, a lot of talk or a lot of issues being proposed in the National Policing Board, but we feel that this seems to appear as a paper exercise. Substantive amendments to the South African Police Service Act 1995 have been proposed in the SAPS Amendment Bill 2020. And 3 years later, after public inputs and a lot of deliberations, the bill is yet to be presented in Parliament. Now, having said all of these issues, we think that as the South African Policing Union, if real change is not affected as a matter of priority, the thin blue line between safety and security and anarchy disappears like thin mist. The recent crime statistics which were released by the police minister on the 17th of February 2023 were a worrying factor in the country, where we saw a number that says 7,555 people were murdered in the period of October to December 2022. And that translates to 80% killed per day in the country. The fact that contact crimes also increased by 11.6% from the previous reporting period also emphasizes that crime in the country of South Africa is really out of control. And then we wanted to go specifically to deal with our inputs on the app and the budget. And one of the key issues that we have identified is that the output indicators in the number of new SAPS Act recruits enlisted annually and a number of 10,000 enlistments over the next 4 years is mentioned. Now, as SAPU, we welcome the initiative by government to increase our fixed establishment of SAPS over the next 4 years in order to counter the reductions that have previously been implemented in terms of the MTF allocations to SAPS, which resulted in a decrease in the number of SAPS employees. SAPS utilizes the term recruits, which refers to new enlistments. And therefore, as we see this jargon as problematic because the SAPS Act 1995 refers to the appointment of members to the service, not recruits or trainees. And therefore, what is of particular interest or concern to us as the South African Policing Union is the current stipend of 4,500 rands per month for the first 9 months of training. And therefore, as SAPU, we regard this amount as totally inadequate and have impressed on SAPS that this aspect must be subjected to collective bargaining. We therefore made a request that has been denied by SAPS management. One of the key issues that we also have identified is that in Gauteng, white wardens have been recently introduced and they receive a stipend of 4,000 and when they're still busy with the training of the wardens is not comparable to that of SAPS, as no firearm training is provided. These wardens also functions as peace officers and not as police officers. It does not make business sense to try to attract the best of the best, but in the process pay a stipend that is not market related. If maybe we also move to this argument, we also wish that there should be an increase by Treasury in increasing the number of SAPS enlistments so that we are in a better position to really fight the crime that is out of control. The other issue that we have also seen as a critical matter is overtime allocation. The overtime allocation for SAPS in 2023-2024 budget is 800 million. This amount is totally insufficient given the nature of police duties that are required outside of normal working hours, because in most instances, you have police officials who work outside of the prescribed hours that they are supposed to work on, and under very difficult conditions. The eThekwini Metro Police, with a staff allocation of less than 200, has an overtime budget of 120 million, while in Ekurhuleni Metro Police has an overtime allocation of 454 million per annum for a staff complement in the region of 3,000. We are therefore saying if the overtime allocation of SAPS is equally divided between all operational officers, which is approximately 120,000, and no allocation is made for support personnel, this 800 million translates to approximately 550 per annum per operational member. And therefore our analysis is that this is far less than the overtime duties actually being performed by SAPS employees, and it needs serious attention. SAPS is also on record in one of the presentations to the PCOP that all overtime claims are being paid by SAPS. But one of the key issues which we have identified is that that is not a true reflection of what has transpired, because in our view and in our experience at ground level, a lot of members are forced to take rest days in lieu of payment and cannot submit any overtime claim. This practice, we strongly believe that it's against the Basic Conditions of Employment Act as well as the relevant SAPS agreement, and needs to be stopped. Officers in the detectives as well as crime record center environments are particularly negatively affected by this practice, which has been happening for quite some time in SAPS. And we think that it's very important that it is addressed as a matter of urgency, because they are under no legal duty to perform overtime duties in instances where SAPS cannot pay overtime rates as agreed to. The other issue is the structure of SAPS. If you go to 4.3, where we are saying the Minister of Police mentions that enough and functional resources were channeled to police station. This submission is noted with a level of circumspection due to the failure of SAPS to implement the restructuring of SAPS as agreed to in the SSPC Agreement 1 of 2020. The said agreement envisaged the placement of all existing employees in terms of a new structure for SAPS, but it is common knowledge that nearly 3 years after signing this agreement, it has never been implemented at various level of the organization, say for a few appointments at national level. It's only a few appointments at national level. Now, one of the biggest concerns which was raised with the National Commissioner, and a response which is still awaited, the proposed structure of SAPS underwent a lot of refinements, and there were a lot of consultations with organized labor with the involvement of the previous National Commissioner. However, SAPS has failed to implement the structure as proposed by the then management, and it is hoped that under the command of the current National Commissioner, the implementation of this restructuring process will happen. The current National Commissioner is in office for more than a year now, and it is unsure why the changes are not effected in order for SAPS to function optimally. The appointments from the Deputy National Commissioner level right down to the station level can no longer be avoided. The recent situation at Graskop, where the public locked the gate for the police station and chased the station commander away due to lack of adequate service delivery, can surely not be tolerated in a country underpinned by the rule of law. The conditions of service and remuneration of personnel appointed in the DPCI. In the aforementioned, in the forward to the app, the national head of the DPCI makes mention of the fact that continued efforts will be made towards the implementation of Chapter 6A of the Police Act with the inclusion of Section 17G and 17K with regards to the conditions of service, remuneration and allowances of members of the directorate. And therefore, as the South African Policing Union, we were not opposed to any improvement of conditions of service of our members. But we will have to caution that such decisions need to be facilitated through an established collective bargaining structure and cannot be effected in isolation through the established collective bargaining structures and cannot be effected in isolation without assessing the impact it will have on SAPS in its totality. Also, the issue of 3 service informed the 5-year target to the app with customer satisfaction survey, organizational climate study, as well as the study to address the efficacy of crime intelligence. As SAPU was not formally consulted when these studies were undertaken. Say for SAPU to provide input on climate study to the PCOP once it was finalized. The climate study painted a very bleak picture in respect of the morale of the organization, and it is worrying that the findings of the study is not further unpacked, especially with regards to the 2 representative trade unions with whom represent more than 90% of the workforce. As a service delivery institution, it is of the utmost importance that the employees of SAPS must be satisfied with the working conditions in order for the organization to achieve its goals. And as we conclude, there are a few matters that could also have been raised in this presentation, but due to issues of time, as you have mentioned that you still have to go to the House as the portfolio committee, we therefore decided to focus on the issues which have been raised above as bread and butter issues which need the attention of the PCOP as well as the South African Policing Service. Once again, the South African Policing Union welcomes greatly this opportunity to constructively engage with the PCOP in an endeavor to build a society that we all aspire towards. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session and honorable members.
Thank you very much, SAPU DGS. Mr. Matsani, we are not rushing through your presentation. We take our unions very seriously, and that is why we're giving you all sufficient time to engage with us as the committee. We will not pass budgets without consulting with you. You're an important stakeholder and you represent your members. You have the right to present the views of your members to this portfolio committee. The portfolio committee has committed itself previously that we will engage with you regularly. We apologize if this has not been as regular as we would have liked, but we do know that you follow the deliberations of this committee quite meticulously. Thank you very much for engaging the chair on a regular basis, and whatever you send to us as a committee is regarded very, very seriously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Good morning, Honorable Majosi. Good morning, Honorable Whitfield. Our WIP has also joined us. Good morning to all the members from PSIRA. I still have a Huawei Y9 Prime 2019. Could you please identify yourself? We all know that that is the policy of Parliament, Honorable Patrain, good morning. Sipesihle, Swazi, I've noted you, Vuyo. Thank you very much, Honorable Koza. I haven't seen you for a while. Welcome. Honorable members, could I now take the presentation from POPCRU? Please introduce your delegation. Introduce yourself and your delegation. Honorable Majosi has indicated she will leave the meeting at 10. Your apology is accepted.
Good
POPCRU,
morning, Chair.
good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and the members of the committee. My name is Jeff Ladley, General Secretary of POPCRU. With me here, my team is the Deputy General Secretary, Comrade Omamukoko. We've got our Parliamentary Officer, Comrade POPCRU, and also we have our researcher, Comrade Trifina. We have our spokesperson, Richard Mamabolo. Want actually to take this opportunity, Chair, to thank you very much for inviting us. It is always a great honor to us as POPCRU to be invited actually in this committee. And we think that whatever actually input that we make, indeed, make a meaningful contribution actually to this committee. I want to start, Chair, with the background, which first and foremost, would like to welcome the opportunity extended to us to participate in this discussion of the 2023-24 SAPS budget vote. We are unfortunately doing this with the austerity measures embarked upon by the National Treasury, which also affects the SAPS budget, continues unabated. Our submission to the committee is thus structured as follows, Chair.
My apologies.
Okay.
GS, can you just assist us with your presentation? Could you just put it on a full screen for us so that we can follow it?
Okay. That's it.
Can you do a PowerPoint? If not, you can continue.
We are doing it. You can't see it, Chair,
A PowerPoint,
from your side because
now. You had a split screen, but now your presentation has disappeared now. There, that's better. Thanks, eh? Continue. You put it on a slideshow. Sorry for interrupting you, eh? That's better. You can continue now. That's better. Thanks. Perfect. You can continue.
thank you very much, Chair. Our administration, Chair, as we have actually alluded that POPCRU previously called for the reconfiguration and rationalization of SAPS bloated organizational structure. This call was made to ensure that both personnel and skills from high echelons of the institution are transferred to police stations to help fight crime on the ground. POPCRU is aware that the implementation process of the newly approved organizational structure, which started in 2020, has been stalled halfway to its completion. We thus want to urge the SAPS as a matter of urgency to resume with the implementation process until its logical end. I think that is fundamental to us. The transfer of the investigative and other crime fighting expertise and skills possessed by these senior officers holding officers at the high echelons of the organization are needed at the station level. Beefing up of the intelligence gathering capacity at the station level is also crucial towards crime prevention. Our slides.
You can continue. Have I lost POPCRU? JS, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, Chair.
Right.
I
Sorry,
think
I
there's a
thought
problem with the slide. I'm not sure whether it's visible that side. You can see slide 3.
slides. By 4. Where are you now? POPCRU previously. Yes.
Supposed
okay.
to be 3.
Yeah. Allocation. Where are you now? POPCRU previously called.
Yes, we're there.
You can continue.
Okay. Allocation of resources, Chair, and infrastructure development. Infrastructure and resources are critical to effective policing and reducing crime levels. It is therefore significant for police stations to be adequately resourced in order for police officers to execute their work. POPCRU seek to reiterate Section 11 of the SAPS Act when stating that resource allocation must, subject to the availability of funds, be based on the principle of rationality, justice, fairness, and equitableness, with the objective to contribute towards the greater police efficiency and effectiveness. We're gravely disturbed to note that SAPS vehicle fleet has decreased from 52,342 in 2014 to 49,784 in 2022, as presented in the annual performance plan. The satellite police station must be done away, Chair, as they are not adding any value on crime prevention. These stations are most often understaffed and under-resourced, while at the same time depleting the resources of the main station. However, I urge the SAPS to adequately resource the stations and continue to build more so as to improve access to police station. The state of facilities in SAPS training academies around the country have also proven to be a challenge. They are dilapidated with inhabitable conditions which effectively impede quality training on student police. The effective policing is also impeded by the lack of resources such as police vehicles, non-functional landlines, search torches and radios. The Minister of Police, Honorable Telekun, affirming the APP report, revealed that 1,169 police vehicles in Gauteng have been out of commission. SAPS must build internal capacity and stop outsourcing maintenance services of their vehicles to private companies. Improve infrastructure and resources in police station will definitely improve service delivery. The statement taking at the police station should be made electronically in line with the 4IR developments, and adequate budget must be allocated for that. Furthermore, lack of progress on the establishment of the Central Firearm Register remains a critical concern as illegal firearms continue to circulate among criminals. Intensified effort to regulate firearms is fundamental towards building safer communities as outlined by the NDP. And the current power outages have also become one of the major impediments for effective policing in this country, with serious consequences on public safety and increased crime. Majority of police stations find themselves unable to provide the required services during power cuts, as certain equipment such as computers cannot be functional. With these challenges, Chair, there is a need for urgent budgetary interventions to ensure optimal operations for police stations during power cut, which we don't see it in this. The spate of police killing in this country continues unabatedly. The proposed 24-month sentence attached to this offense is lenient and not in any way can help to deter criminals from killing our members. We further call for the amendment of Section 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act, which hamstrung police officers to effect arrest and leave them exposed to attacks. Since December 2022, Chair, a total of 7 police officers have been killed in different parts of the country, with some on duty whilst others off duty. We further submit that a mere 250,000 payout on death grant for police officers be revised proportionately almost to the value of human life. POPCRU also argues that budget allocation must factor in the increment of the danger allowance from 400 to 1,500, not 700, as it recently just been agreed upon. Chair. This increment is precipitated by constant attacks on our members by heavily armed criminals. Recently, Limpopo, a group of criminals attacked and shot police officers transporting 6 awaiting trial to the court. These criminals are now able to walk and launch attacks on police stations and make off with firearms and ammunition. In Devon Police Station in Egrule, Gauteng, 3 suspects walked into the station, disarmed members on duty, and made off with 10 firearms, including 3 rifles and 7 pistols that were in the safe. To counter this, we submit that police safety strategy plan be improved and security measures be intensified in all police stations to protect our members from this danger, including installation of CCTV cameras. A model with clear specification on police station must also be developed to ensure safety and protection to our members at the police station. These attacks on police station can also be minimized if police officers can reside in barracks built closer to the police station. The recruitment of 15,000 new police officers with the budget allocation of 7.8 over the next 3 financial years is the step in the right direction. Over the past 3 financial years, 2020, 21, 22, the organization, as a result of the budget cut, lost about 11,178, reducing an establishment from 187,358 to 178,708. With this projected recruitment of new police officers, the SAPS personnel by 2025-26 financial year will have increased from 178 to 193,708. However, it must be emphasized that this budgetary intervention will merely help to replace those that have left the institution since 2020 financial year. This will still fall short of the UN ratio of 1:20 officers to the population, which is currently sitting at 1:450. Especially with the fact that SAPS Act members have drastically decreased from 157,518 in 2012 to 140,048 in 2022, despite the population growth from 52 million to approximately 62.6 million during the same period. POPCRU submits, therefore, that in realizing ambitions of the NDP of creating safer community, more police women and men must be employed. POPCRU wants to dismiss the perception created by this budget that in trying to build safer communities, the department must channel its human resources and sufficient operational equipment to police stations in the top 30 high conduct crime areas. This budget must not maintain the uneven resources distribution attributable to apartheid spatial plan. There is a high level of criminality occurring out of the identified top 30 high conduct crime areas, especially in rural and urban areas. We're of the firm view that efforts to combat crime must involve the community through well-resourced and effective community policing forums. We submit that the effective and efficient CPF be established and numerically correspond with all 1,158 police stations across the country to help in fighting crime. POPCRU further submit that the portion of 168.1 billion allocated to visible policing program be utilized optimally in the building of resource and efficient CPFs. SAPS must work closely with the community safety and liaison departments to conduct awareness campaign in communities on crime fighting and build a lost trust between SAPS and communities. POPCRU welcomed the budgetary intervention made particularly on the establishment of gender-based violence desk in all police stations. The GBV and other sexual offenses have gotten out of hand, with women, children, and persons with disability becoming main victims. SAPS annual performance plan indicates that in 2019, the femicide rate in South Africa was 2.9 per 100,000 women, which is 5 times the global average. This means that a woman is murdered in the country every 3 hours. If we are to secure a victory over this scourge, all police stations must be resourced with the rape testing kits and police officers be trained on how to use them. This will help in building a strong case against perpetrators and giving victims faith in our police systems. These facilities will help in building a strong case against perpetrators and giving victims faith in our police systems. In the third quarter, October to December 2022, crime stats released by the police minister, rape cases increased by 1,104 from the previous year figures of 11,315 at the same time to 12,419. In addition to the establishment of GPV desk in all police stations, we call upon SAPS to make sure that victims friendly room are also set up in all police stations. These rooms will give confidence and courage to GPV victims to voluntarily come forward to report their abuse. POPCRU further applauds excelling work done in reducing the DNA backlog from 241,000 to 1,600 cases. SAPS must also, in fighting GPV and femicide, ensure accessibility to and the functioning of sexual offences courts. This, together with the Criminal Law Forensic Procedures Amendment Act, known also as DNA Act, will help in expediting the GPV cases and certainly securing convictions against the perpetrators. In conclusion, Chair, we want to emphasize that continuous budget cut will counter any efforts to fight crime in this country. SAPS budgetary muscle should therefore serve as a critical factor towards the successful fight against crime. We therefore submit that the budget allocation, ranging from infrastructure to tools of trade, will be aimed at capacitating the SAPS to effectively execute its mandate. Building safer communities must remain an apex priority for the SAPS in partnership with the related stakeholders. There is also a need for a strengthened collaboration and synergy between all the components of the criminal justice cluster to ensure that South Africa is a safer place for everyone, including women, children, and people living with disability. We thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that very informative presentation, Jess. We share a number of the points which you have made. I'm not going to repeat them, but if you have been following the deliberations of the committee, you may have recognized that those matters of emphasis have also been emphasized by the committee. We'll be visiting the Central Firearm Registry. It will be our second oversight visit. And as I said, we share your concerns on the matters you have raised. Honorable GS, your deputy, your researcher, your parliamentary officer, your spokesperson, I hope I got it right. Those were the people you mentioned.
Yes.
Correct. And thank you very much for bringing that delegation. I hope that you'll be able to stay because the committee would still like to engage you on your presentation. I hope you will be able to join us. Or do you have to leave?
Unfortunately, Chair, I have to leave, but I will leave actually the team behind to respond on some of the questions.
Yeah, so thank you very much for doing the presentation, GS, and our greetings to the leadership and those who have not been with us today. We will welcome your delegation and interact with those who remain behind. I'll now take the presentation of IPUSA. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair and Honorable Ministers. I am Bethwel Nkuna, the President of the Independent Policing Union of South Africa. And with me is the General Secretary of IPUSA, Mr. Mpukunika.
Honorable President, you see now you are logged in with, you are the one who logged in with a Huawei. I will allow you to present, but next time, please, for our record purposes, can you name your gadget appropriately?
Apologies on that regard, Chairperson.
Okay, you may continue. We've, for our records and our minutes, we actually do include the names of those who are present and those who are the presenters. Nicolette and Babawa, could you please do so? President, your presentation is very small. I wear spectacles, but could you just use a better font for me, please?
I'll ask the GS to assist on that regard. GS?
GS, we just need it's better now, but
Is it
could you, it's better now, but a little bit slightly more.
I'm not this good when it comes to
Is this
technology. Now I'm in, I'm in a crisis now.
Oh, okay, you can just, your slideshow is here. Yes. You can continue. I don't want to disrupt you and disorganize you. Those of us, we have also received your presentation, so we can follow on our other gadgets. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable members, can you follow this presentation?
Yes, Chair.
All right, you may continue.
We must just enlarge our screens, Chair.
Yes, that's what I did.
Enlarge it, you can see, yeah.
Yeah, I enlarged it, but I'm just making sure that you don't complain. Thank you. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. IPUSA appreciate the invitation to this committee and to contribute to SAPS budget vote 2023-2024. As IPUSA would like to endorse the SAPS APP and at the same time would like to make this valuable input. SAPS used to have a slogan, crime does not pay. But what we see of late, it indicates as if crime does pay, especially in corruption involving state funds, where the wheels of the state turn very, very slowly, of which beneficiaries of corruption, both primary and secondary, will have achieved their goals. Secondly, would like SAPS to analyze the total number of crimes recorded on the crime administration system from 10 to 20 years ago. As you will see this in the multi-term expenditure framework outcomes and targets are not annually cumulative. As you can see on paragraph 12.3.21 on the SAPS APP. We suggest that an independent auditor be appointed, and you will see a clear picture, especially on cases that are not resolved, outstanding cases, and also on withdrawn cases. The minister's forward refers to economic reconstruction and recovery plan. However, we do not see a direct contribution by SAPS in key performance areas and indicators. For example, we still see provincial offices, most specialized units, and district offices that are remote to rural areas and townships. Yet we believe that placing some of these government offices in rural and township will inject economic reconstruction. IPUSA endorsed SAPS APP, but with inputs that will change some trajectories in planning as indicated below. I will ask the GS to move the slide on to program 1, administration.
My apologies, Nicolette. Can you please assist them with their slideshow, with their presentation? Thank you. That's better. Thanks, Nicolette.
Thank you, Chair. The challenges in the Central Firearm Registry are as old as our democracy. The updating of legislation without total re-engineering of the process and making a functionality assessment will not assist in making remarkable improvements. The SAPS needs to appoint a specialist business analyst to re-engineer all processes from local level to national level and make recommendations on the future, focusing on the 4th industrial revolutions. SAPS has for years committed to have a digital system for the CFR, and SITA is still posing performance challenges to SAPS technology management systems and supply chain management. The SAPS IT infrastructure is huge and SITA is overwhelmed. Hence, we recommend that the division TMS be fully empowered to align SAPS technology independently. SAPS needs to explain on the annual APP table 11.1 on average expenditure versus total percentage column, especially the economic classification. On the SAPS owned firearms stolen or lost, the only acceptable percentage is 0 stolen or lost firearms. And if it does happen that firearms are lost or stolen, then 100% reduction rate is demanded. SAPS target at a 10% performance on stolen or lost firearms. How can we accept such a self-defeating target? We lose almost 600 firearms annually on average, and surely we can't target a 10% reduction rate. On the outcome of a number of police stations that are built, firstly, there has never been a police station that was built in one financial year. So therefore, we need to be straightforward and indicate what will happen in a particular financial year in terms of the planning phases and so on towards the completion of such a police station. There are police stations which were started in 2014 which are not yet completed. We can move to program 2Gs. On program 2, we look on the border security. Police stations process to circulate reported crimes allegedly committed by foreign nationals on movement control system needs to be explained. Vehicles bearing foreign national registration seem not to be reconcilable with the INATIS or local vehicle identification. And if stolen, they cannot be circulated accordingly. So Border Security and Border Management Agency must assist to synchronize this. On program 3, the need for a decentralized forensic science laboratory must form part of SAP's fourth industrial revolution and infrastructure development program or plan. IPUSA is also concerned about the expiry of the contract workers who were assisting the Hawks during the state capture commission. The Hawks are understaffed. We hope that funds will be allocated for the extension of the contract so that the Hawks can continue to do their work. On program 4, crime intelligence, here we question why outcomes and indicators are all revised every year. Are they revised because they are wrong or somebody does not know what to do? Divisions in program 2 and 3 demand specific performance targets. Crime intelligence must be able to give reports to SAPS for crime prevention and detective services. Program 5, protection and security. There is no clear policing mandate on this program, and we recommend that a researcher to be appointed to re-engineer this program. Honorable Chair, as we wind down, the regime of behavior, culture, and discipline management in SAPS leaves so much to be desired. There is so much tension between senior management and junior staff due to inconsistent application of discipline. The principles of disciplinary regulations are to bring the conduct of the members of the service to a required standard. However, as it is now commonly known, disciplinary steps are often used as a weapon to punish those whom are viewed as enemies. This kind of perception needs to be changed because the disciplinary regulations are the only tool SAPS has at its disposal to maintain discipline. We all need to trust the process and its intended purposes. The conflict which led to the junior police officers having an argument with a police officer to have an argument with his commander at crime intelligence in Mpumalanga recently, where they both ended dead, should be viewed as unfortunate. There is also perception that junior police officers are always used as scapegoats when senior officers who are involved in misconduct, junior police officers are made to bite the bullet. Treatment is not the same. The matter which pulled the public eye was the one at Mountain Rise, SAPS, where money was stolen from the SAP 13. It's a matter on point. SAPS kept the disciplinary process under the carpet to create a safe passage for the station commander to retire gracefully, and then decides to charge the 2 junior non-commissioned officers with expeditious process. What is expeditious here? The matter which took place a year and a half ago, discovered only in December last year, the members continued to work until the brigadier retired. You use this as junior police officers to conduct an audit report on your behalf that there is a proper handing over when he leaves the office on retirement. Then you pounce on poor junior police officers with an intention to dismiss them. These kinds of behavior need to be investigated by the portfolio committee. The SSBC is also sitting with matters for more than a year when its purpose is to ensure speedy dispute resolutions. SAPS must report on the SSBC case backlog and reasons behind it. You will find that where management are supposed to make decisions, they don't do anything and allow lawyers to run or make decisions on their behalf. Discipline is a management line function and not a lawyer's function. SAPS is at war with itself. How do we expect it to fight crime when those who are supposed to be fighting crime always have to look above their shoulders? These issues get members distracted from doing their duties. Some feel neglected to such an extent that they decide to leave the service to other departments. SAPS loses about 2,000 members per year due to issues such as this one. This is hardly one of the retention strategy. In conclusion, we also want to ask the committee as part of the solution on discipline matter to encourage SAPS to employ lawyers who are registered with the Legal Practice Council so that when they make mistakes in their duty, their conduct is also reported to this body. If found guilty of misconduct, they are stripped of their profession as well. We thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much to the IPUSA president and your delegation. We appreciate your presentation. Could I get an indication from Nicolette if we have any further presentations? I noted the three unions.
Chairperson, good morning. We are done with the unions. Yeah, we still have PSIRA.
No, I will take PSIRA later. Honorable members, I am now giving you an opportunity to engage with the three presentations which we received. They were quite detailed. May I also emphasize that what the unions have presented us today also include some of the concerns we have raised as a committee. So could the unions please be assured that most of the concerns you have raised have been highlighted by the committee and your concerns will not be left unnoticed. Honorable members, I've noted the hand of Honorable Sheikh Imam. Sheikh Imam, then the Honorable Whip, Honorable Siabi, Marekwa. Honorable Meshu has also indicated that he has to leave early. In that order, Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and allow me to welcome the presentation by the different unions and things. Yeah, I think some of my questions are going to be as follows. First of all, what are the unions doing about dealing with SAPS about the high level of murder of police officers? It's every other day you're finding a police officer has been gunned down. But more importantly, I think the problem is the actual system where police officers are restricted to act timeously. In fact, my understanding is they are restricted even in the kind of firearms and things they are allowed to hold. And I'm not sure whether they have the necessary skills and training to defend themselves, particularly when they're ambushed at the rate they are. So that would be my first question. What are you doing? And then very importantly from that, my understanding is this, that after the death or demise of a police officer, of course, we know they are forgotten, that we know, the benefits that they accrue, what is the unions doing about that to ensure that these police officers are recognized to the extent that it does not affect the families that they leave behind? That's the first question. There is an outcry from police officers in terms of the promotion system. Many of them are complaining that they are being marginalized or neglected, despite having all the experience, the skills, and the qualification for new officers that are coming in. Then, as you correctly allude to the fact that the levels of crime in the country is extremely high. And whether we like it or not, I think with the current complement of police officers and their necessary skills, and with the level at which crime is increasing, we know it's not going to be able to deal with this. What is your suggestions to government, to us at this portfolio committee? How do you believe we should deal with this differently so that it makes it easier for police officers who are supposed to, by the way, deal with prevention of crime? Now, you've heard your police officers complain about benefits, housing and things, and I'm glad that one of the unions have raised the issue of danger allowance, which was 300 Rand for 32 years, and now it's increased to 700. Now, based on that, is the unions offering anything to its members in terms of housing allowances and things, given the fact that some of them live in Czech? If not, are you engaging with financial institutions and things so that you can uplift the living conditions of your members? And I think that together with the number of members you represent, financial institutions will take you seriously. Now, some of these metro police and law enforcement are not part of SAPS. What is your view? Do you believe that we should amalgamate them, bring them all under one banner so that the police officers in general in the country are paid the same rate, benefits are the same? That's my other question. Then lastly, I'll stop with this one, Chairperson. Is the unions offering anything to police officers other than what SAPS is doing? They go through some very traumatic times. I've watched somebody in Port Elizabeth when he was gunned down. The entire police station were traumatized. Are you offering any wellness programs or any counseling or anything to your police officers? And on an ongoing basis, are you checking on them, on the state of their health, the state of their mind, so as to prevent them from becoming victims of crime as well? I'll stop there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh Imam. Honorable Majosi, she's written her comments in the meeting chat. In terms of SETA, can we not get SETA to come give us a presentation on why they are not giving SAP support? Because we cannot have another company providing exactly what SETA is providing. It will be a duplication. That's from Honorable Majosi. I now note Honorable Siabi.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to honorable members, the delegation from SAPS and from the three unions. Let me also welcome the presentations from the unions. Just a few questions, Chair. I just want to check whether unions are forming part of strategic planning sessions of SAPS. When they are in their strategic sessions, which will lead to the development of APPs and budgets, do they form part of such so that they are able to make contributions? Two, in one of the presentations, there was mentioned as an example of the peace wardens that were just enlisted in Gauteng. There was a comparison in terms of their allowance when they are in training. I just want an expansion on that comparison, even with their salaries when they are now enlisted permanently, between police officers and and wardens, and you, if possible, can even extend it to neighborhood watches that are happening in Western Cape and so on. Just that comparison so that we're able to get a full picture. My last question, which is a follow-up on what Honorable Sheikh Imam said, it's whether most of the police officers are suffering from depression, and some of them end up committing suicide or or even killing their family members as a result of that depression. Some go in as far as getting involved in criminal activities. And as far as I know, unions have an investment arm. What are this investment contributing, or how far are this investment contributing towards assisting police officers in such unfortunate events? In other unions, they would say the investments are assisting unions when they have to experience no work, no pay. But I'm not sure, and I know one of the unions, especially POPCRU, is one of the richest unions in South Africa in terms of their investments. Are these investments just accumulating, or are they assisting members, or at some stage are they paying back to members and so on? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip. Honorable members, I'd like to welcome and acknowledge the presence of General Nshia, Colonel Nambo, Lieutenant Colonel Nambo, and the delegation from SAPS. I've now noted the hand of Honorable Marekwa and then Honorable Meshu.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to members on the platform and all participants in this meeting today. Chairperson, let me also appreciate or welcome all the presentations from our unions and our stakeholders this morning. I need to mention, Chair, that from the reports that were sent to us, one notes some similarities in terms of issues that they are raising. And that all the issues that the unions are raising, Chairperson, we know that issues that affect membership belonging to those unions, but also the issues that they are raising, Chairperson, are having an impact on service delivery to communities. In particular, most of the presentations touch on the issue of police stations that are not built, or the doing away with satellite police stations in some areas. Those areas, those issues that they are raising are directly having an impact on the service of the kind of service that SAPS is delivering to our communities out there. I want to also appeal or request the SAPS that the issues that are raised here by these unions, they must take note as SAPS of the issues, all of them, because it is important for SAPS to also have an intention of improving where there are shortfalls. Not all is perfect. The unions are raising those issues, and some of them, you are right, Chairperson, we have been raising in other platforms, in other meetings where we didn't even have the unions present. But these presentations just highlight the core or the gist of the issues that needs attention from SAPS. The safety of police stations must also be a priority in all townships, rural to remote areas, Chair, as I make also my comment on those areas, because as we do oversight going to far, very far areas, deep rural areas, and some townships where we find that the situation there are not good. Members, as the unions are highlighting, having to work under very not conducive conditions that are not conducive for a human being to actually perform services there. So I think that police, the SAPS must really take note of these issues and make sure that priority around the safety of police stations, because some police stations you find that there's one person inside, and the safety, you look at the fencing, you look at the walls that looks like they can fall at any time. So I think the unions are very correct in raising these issues, because we are making use of these facilities, and we also want to enter into facilities that are like attracting or welcoming when you enter a police station. Chairperson, the other thing I want to also raise that I've picked up from a presentation from POPCRU in particular, they're mentioning the issues of GBV and other things. I think this one also, Chair, SAPS must take serious note of it, and around the issues and the facilities, these Tutuzela care centers that are not given attention. I think SAPS also has a role to play in that area, in making sure that these centers is not just about numbers, that they are also able to provide the necessary service and welcoming to the users, the women and children that are using these facilities. Chair, my question now to the unions, all three of them. I want to know how the frequency, how often does the unions meet with management of SAPS at local, provincial, and national level, apart from bargaining chambers, because we know they have to all be present from time to time when there are bargaining or negotiations taking place. And if any engagements are taking place between the unions on a regular basis or not, is there any form of commitment or will from SAPS management in resolving issues that are raised by the unions? Because, Chair, why I'm raising or asking these questions, some of the issues are very old. I have been there for some time, we know them. But we also need to know as a committee if there are any positive or whatever outcome from their engagement that is pleasing, because I believe that unions together with management, they share a common interest, and that interest is the membership. Members of unions belonging to SAPS and members of SAPS belonging to unions. So I think there's a commonality in all that, but how then do they make sure that issues of members, concerns raised by members who are also employees in the SAPS are really taken note of and are attended to? On the issues that have been raised of discipline, of transfers, of promotion, we get calls from members from different provinces from time to time, calling us directly, raising frustrations on the work that at their workplaces and the issues that they are raising as workers and not getting attention from their commanders. So maybe these questions will assist in terms of the frequency of meetings and any feedback that shows the will and commitment of the police. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marekwa. Spoken a very seasoned and experienced former police officer. Honorable Meshu.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to members, the police, and all participants. All presentations were very helpful this morning, and I want to raise one or two questions from each presentation. The SAPU DGS made a statement that most South Africans will agree with, that crime is out of control in South Africa. Now, what I want to know, because SAPU works among the police, what do they think are the reasons that crime is increasing and getting out of control? And what would they propose as solutions? because if things are going wrong and anybody who can see things that are going wrong, they must be having an idea or a proposal of how to deal with that wrong thing. So what is SAPU proposing as a solution that could help to reverse the trend of crime getting out of control in the country? And the issue of wardens in Gauteng, we heard that they will be given BMWs while we have many of our police officers driving Toyota Yaris. So my question to SAPU, who raised this issue, is when one looks at the benefits that the wardens will be getting compared to the South African police, if it seems that the benefits of the wardens are better than the police officers, what will that do to the staff morale among the police that we are told is low already? And POPCRU, among others, raised the challenge and the problem of police killings, and also said the proposed 24-month sentence for killing a police is totally unacceptable. I would say it's a joke. Because if an individual could be sentenced for 24 months for killing the police, while the same sentence is not proposed for killing ordinary citizens, will that not send the message that the lives of police officers is taken lightly, it's not taken seriously? And why would such a proposal be made that if it is a police officer who has been killed, then the sentence should only be 24 months? I mean, that would be totally unacceptable, and I think that's also a joke, because the lives of police officers, I think, and the party I represent is of the opinion that the sentences given to people who kill police officers should be higher and more harsher than killing ordinary citizens, even though life is life and life is equal. And the attacks on police stations, it's regrettable. It definitely sends a message to the public, particularly to criminals, that the police are easy targets. Criminals should be doing their crimes far away from police stations because of fear that they might easily be apprehended, might easily be arrested. But for criminals to attack police stations, this should be viewed as attacking government itself. And the penalties must be very high for doing that. Police stations, obviously, should be empowered to protect themselves, because I always find it difficult to understand why private security companies would protect the police station, because in the past it was never like that. People scared to do crime around police stations. I don't know whether it's because these places are now services, police service centers, or they are no more police or viewed as places where law is enforced. IPUSA asked the question about the slogan, crime does not pay. But in corruption cases, he said, particularly involving senior officials, crime does pay. What they call the self-defeating target, the self-defeating target of 10% to reduce the number of stolen firearms is unacceptable. And I agree with that. And he said the only acceptable performance should be 0 stolen, or if firearms are stolen, then they must demand 100% performance in the recovery process. And I think this would be a good approach rather than saying our goal is only to receive or retrieve 10% of what has been stolen. It is definitely self-defeating. And how, on the issue of discipline, says, IPUSA says there are different treatments depending on your ranking. And many times it is junior management that is thrown under the bus if there is a conflict between them and senior management. This obviously calls for exemplary conduct. I mean, if senior management is not behaving well, it's not taking their conduct seriously to be exemplary, then it is going to cause the problem of discipline. And if there's no discipline in senior management, there will be no discipline in lower ranks. And obviously, the minister and the department must do something about it. So my last question is whether IPUSA has formally complained to the police about the lack of discipline in senior management. So that if nothing is being done about that, they should consider copying the chairperson of this committee, so that this committee will know that their complaints and concerns are not addressed. And I agree that discipline is a management line function and not a lawyer's function. The police, the senior management must ensure that there is discipline, otherwise they will continue losing the fight against crime. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mdesu. Honorable Shembeni.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and members of the three unions. I don't have much because I'm expecting these unions to sit with the police management and solve all these problems that we are seeing here or we are hearing about. Now, number one, I want to check if the unions have said anything about the uniform allowance. When you check the complete set of uniforms, starting from the boots to the top, to the head, I don't think that it is worth 1,600. The boots only are more than 1,000 rand, if I recall. But now, members are given only 1,600 per annum, and of which once you exceed that, that will be immediately deducted from your salary. No questions about that. Number two, the residents near the police stations. I think I once mentioned this. I thought that all the unions will be requesting that the barracks is be revived so that our police members must have places to stay next to the police stations. And that will help us in the deployment of the police officers, because today we see that police officers must be deployed next to where they are staying. And to me, that is the most thing that brings us down with our service delivery, because when your neighbors fight, both of them, they will need you as a police officer staying next to them to solve that problem. And how are you going to solve the problem when the other one is wrong, the other one is right? You can't say this one is right, this one is wrong. But if you are not staying there, you are staying in a barracks, you will be just straight and say, this one is wrong, this one is right. The dismissal of junior officers. I'm expecting all the three unions to stand by the officers and lecture them also so as to know what steps to take if something goes wrong. We expect these unions to come forward to the committee to say, here is this manager, here is this station commissioner here who has done 1, 2, 3. A case has been opened or registered, but nothing is happening. The dockets are disappearing, but we don't see this because nothing is coming from the unions. I won't say the reason why, but as far as I know, as a former member of the SAPS, I've never had meetings with the unions where they are capacitating members about reporting and the opening of the cases and so on to be followed against the senior management. I've never had. All what I've heard is these expeditious processes that are happening to junior members to be fired as soon as possible. But to senior management, there is no expeditious processes. I don't know why. If we can hear from that. Stress and depression. Most police officers are stressed, depressed, no follow-up, no EHW that is being sent to follow up on these members. And most members get stressed because of their seniors or the station commissioners or whoever that is working under, who ill-treats them because of the positions, resulting in these members to be stressed, some resulting in them to be shooting other members, killing them, and so on. Some taking drugs. You see, our police officers are drinking more than, I don't know, they've turned hobos. Does the units or the police unions visit our training facilities? If yes, they do, what did they find? What are their findings? And they tell us exactly what they find out. The issue of food, the issue of treatment, the issue of facilitators attending to classes, and all this. The gap between the lieutenant colonel and the colonel in terms of salary. Have the unions sat down and tried to discuss this and see how can they close this gap? Because closing the gap, it's easy. It's from the constable to the lieutenant colonel, whereby those salaries must be shifted up. We can't have a gap of between 300,000 to 400,000 in one or two so-called now ranks between the lieutenant colonel and the colonel. It can be. Since now that gap cannot be filled by another rank, then it must be filled by the salary. It must be closed. The salary of a lieutenant colonel must be moved up. The salary of the captain must be moved up. That's going to the warrant officer and closing that gap of the warrant officers of B1 and B2 levels. Why? Why is it only happening in the warrant officers? Why is this thing not discussed? Because the warrant officers who cannot be promoted, then they say, oh, you are B1, B2, because they can't promote you to the rank of a captain, but you are earning as a captain without the responsibility. So that must be looked at. If somebody failed to construct their rank structures in a right manner, because those rank structures also were changing from this to that, like the warrant officer today, tomorrow, inspector, like we are driving a bus. I don't understand that one. So something must do something about these things, but the ranking. The building of houses for members. I remember one time, it was way back about
My
2000.
apologies for interrupting you, Honorable Shimbeni. Can that be your last input before, because I still want to take responses?
All right,
Honorable Shimbeni.
Chair.
I've
All
been
right.
very lenient with you today, as all the former police people want to speak. But you
Right,
remember,
Chairperson.
Blanche is also still a former police person, so he also still wants to speak.
Yeah, Chairperson, the last one, I think the most is the important one. It's what are the unions saying about the inclusion of the wardens into the SAPS operations? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shimbeni. Honorable Peacock.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the three unions on the platform. Let me take this opportunity also to acknowledge the presentation made by the three unions. Chairperson, my concern is mostly that when you listen to the presentation made by the organized labor, you'll tend to find a sense that there's lack of relationship among the SAPS as well as the labor. The reason being, with regard to what was presented, it clearly shows that SAPS does not consider or does not take the labor, the organized labor serious. And it's a concern that we want to understand and why. And what is the response of SAPS with regard to the presentation made now by the organized labor? Secondly, the issue on there's also lack of consultation, because if there was consultation, they won't be having such things that we are hearing today. When you look at what is presented, again, there's a concern that the allocation, as even when the budget is tabled, the allocation is mostly focused on national, not at a lower structure. And it worries, because when you listen to the presentation, there's a common cry on the presentation on all these organized labors that the issue of restructuring, there's no consultation, nothing. SAPS just go to the meeting. When they go out of the meeting, they do as they please. It's a concern, Chairperson, that as a committee, we need really to take note of. The other issue that I also find as a concern is the disciplinary process. I think Honorable Shembeni has covered me on that one, whereby junior police officers are actually more sacrificed, especially when it comes to consequence management within SAPS. And senior management are always the one rescued in the disciplinary processes. So that one also is a concern that is been raised in the committee, and seemingly we don't seem to find an answer, because now on the presentation it is stated. On the issue of APPs and budget, as Honorable Siabe have stated or asked, that organized labor also consulted with regard to strategic session. I'm also asking now today, with this process that we are busy with, are they really properly consulted? Because if they should be consulted, because they are affected parties in the department, directly or indirectly, so they are. Lastly, Chairperson, with regard to the budget or allocation, it concerns the committee, because we've said that when you look at it, it mostly again focuses on national capacitation, but not at lower capacitation of police stations. Hence now, Chairperson, I would request that, since we've got a broader presentation with regard to APPs and the budget of national, as this committee will request that individual presentation be given to us as members, so that we go through to check on the APPs and budget of lower police station, or let me say of provinces, so that we zoom and check where are these irregularities, where are these imbalances? Because the cry out now, you can hear it also with regard to allocation of budget as well as the implementation of it. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Peacock. Honorable Peacock, you have raised these matters consistently since we started in 2019. And please note that the matters you have raised will form part of our report. It's also part of our legacy report. The matters of reports from the provinces, previously it was referred to as matters of emphasis for the NCOP, but we still remain unconvinced that the matters of provinces have been attended to correctly. We'll also reach a stage where quite soon where we invite all the MECs to the committee so that we can engage directly with the MECs and the HODs of provinces. Honorable Tablanche.
Chairperson, thank you. Chairperson, I am covered to a large extent by my colleagues, but let me start by thanking the different unions for their presentations. We take them very serious. They are the representatives representing, you know, the men and women in blue. And, you know, obviously, quite a lot of them are doing an excellent job under very difficult circumstances, and we want to commend them on that. Chairperson, I'm also quite impressed that they haven't just focused on stuff that is important to their members, but also on issues that is important to improve service delivery. That was really quite encouraging to hear that. Chairperson, coming to my only two questions, the others are just observations. I want to know from the different unions, what are they doing to prevent their own members to become involved in crime? Because quite often you see that police members are participating in criminal activities nowadays. They are sometimes part of the gangs that is operating. So what are the unions doing to prevent that? And what do they think is the reason for that? Then secondly, Chairperson, there's an outlay quite often, and the service that and the experience that people have if they go to police stations, is that the police are always very professional, and they think that people are not properly trained. They don't always know, apparently, what they're supposed to be doing, how they should be dealing with different legal issues. Just to mention one example. So my question is, what do they think should be done, or what do they think should they be doing themselves also to professionalize the police service to the public and also their members? Chairperson, and then, the other issues that were raised is the things that we are aware of, like, for instance, the fact that, police stations are not upgraded, new police stations are not built, vehicles are not available, and, resources and firearms and whatever. Chairperson, I will stop at that because obviously we have a time constraint. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tablanche. Honorable members, I'll first allow General Sia to respond to some of the questions since they have been directed towards SAPS, and then I'll allow each union an opportunity to address the committee again. in the order of which you did your presentations. Honorable Peacock, is your hand up again, or is that a legacy hand?
Sorry, Chair, legacy, I'll lower it now.
Thank you. So could I allow General Nsia and then SAPU, POPCRU and IPUSA to respond, and you'll then get another chance, General Nsia, after the unions have spoken. So General Nsia, you can come in now.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to you, Chairperson. Greetings to the honorable members, the leadership of the unions present in the meeting, and all other colleagues in the platform. Chairperson, let me first apologize for joining this meeting late. And I must indicate, Chairperson, that I've missed quite a number of presentations. I missed the total presentation of SAPU. I only managed to join halfway when POPCRU was busy with the presentation, but the IPUSA presentation, I was in the meeting. I have, however, requested our parliamentary officer who is in the meeting to share the 3 presentations with me so that we can also interrogate and take what we need to take. I must indicate, Chairperson, that as the SAPS, and particularly myself as the Divisional Commissioner, Human Resource Management, I value the relationship that we are having with the unions, and also the inputs that were provided by the 3 unions. I know repeatedly, Chairperson, even at other platforms, our unions, they do raise some of the issues that they are concerned about, issues that will assist us as the SAPS to improve the well-being of our members. And we can confirm, Chairperson, as the SAPS, that we will continue working with our unions to make sure that we better the lives of our members. Questions were asked, Chairperson, about how often do we meet with our unions? And majority of the questions, I must indicate that they were directed to the unions, but I can confirm, Chairperson, that besides us meeting at the SSBC, where we engage on issues of mutual respect, we do meet quarterly between the principals of the unions as well as the SAPS management. I think when the National Commissioner took office last year, Chairperson, we made a commitment that we will make sure that we comply to the agreement that indicates that there must be principals meetings, meaning that the National Commissioner must make time to meet with the principals of labor, the presidents, as well as the general secretaries. And I can confirm that meetings are taking place between the principals of labor as well as the principals of the SAPS, where we are able to iron out the issues that are affecting our members, even without even having to take them to the SSBC. And the issues of the budget, Chairperson, I can indicate that the budget that we are allocating as SAPS, it is cascaded down to the provincial offices, to the districts, as well as to the station level. So each station will be receiving their budget as they've always been receiving their budget. So the budget is not only at national level. Perhaps maybe when we appear before the portfolio committee, if the chairperson wants to see to what extent are we giving budget to the stations, I'm sure the CFO will be able to give that presentation, but we do cascade our budget to provincial districts as well as station level, and that is being monitored on a monthly basis in terms of the expenditure. And Chairperson, the issues of disciplinary processes, yes, I have listened to them, Chairperson, and we are at the council, at the SSBC, discussing the issues of discipline in the police. We want to improve the manner in which we manage discipline in the organization. We are looking at our disciplinary regulations. We are looking at the introduction of the trial units to make sure that we deal with discipline decisively as a SAPS. But Chairperson, as I've indicated, the 3 presentations, we welcome them as the SAPS, and those inputs that are listed in those 3 presentations, Chairperson, we will discuss them as the management of the SAPS, and some of the inputs, there were available inputs. I think there is one where IPUSA was indicating that our legal officials must be registered with the Legal Practice Council. To me, that is a very good input. So such inputs, Chairperson, that we can incorporate as the SAPS to improve the way we do our work, we will definitely take them into consideration. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, General Nsia. Do you have anyone else from SAPS to respond?
I'm the only one, Chairperson, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. SAPS, the National Commissioner, is attending the NCOP. SAPU, your inputs?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session and honorable members. I must say that these are very interesting questions that we have received from honorable members, and we will try our level best to respond to them. It's also important to note that there are questions which are more or less the same, and you will pardon me on the names of the honorable members. Some of them I did not get them quite well, but I will try. There was a question about what are unions doing to engage SAPS on the high level of murder that is in the country. As SAPU, we're on record on several instances where we have made a call for the establishment of robbery and murder units, of which we strongly believe that the establishment or the re-establishment of these units which have existed in the past would have assisted in crime fighting, because that would be able to give specific priority to different kinds of crime, in particular, like we are saying, robbery. There will be police officials which will specifically prioritize this matter, so that such cases which deal with robbery prioritize, and murder as well, because we realize that especially with murder and robbery, it has become a very huge problem in the country, and we have raised it. We have also identified that the issue of the police ratio against the population of the country is quite a problem. Hence, we have engaged on several instances as well to say that SAPS needs to do better in terms of making sure that in terms of the budget, there is more finances which are channeled to the recruitment of members on the ground, which will be able to sort of complement the population that is there. Because if you can have a situation where one police official must be able to police 457 people in the country, then you will realize that the fight against crime is a difficult one. And therefore, we are saying the recruitment of more police officials on the ground in the country can really change the picture that we are having now, because currently the ratio is not tallying with the way things are. I think these are issues which are raised by Honorable Shak Iman. And then we believe that police officials are doing a very, very, very important job. They are faced with difficult situation at night. They have to wake up at night, go to crime scenes, go to people who are shot. Their mind is greatly affected by these crime scenes. And therefore, yes, we do agree with the notion that more needs to be done for the recognition of good work, so that these members are really encouraged to do more from what they're doing, because they do a very serious job. And particularly what is of interest is that a police official's life is not the same as any other inhabitant of the country, because whether they are off or on duty, it's the same really, because their life is in danger, their family is in danger, because when the person knocks off, what we know, there are times where he will have to go to the shopping mall to do groceries, he will have to go to school, to take the kids to school, and all these interactions put the life of a police official in danger, because anything can happen. Because when you move around, you are definitely going to see either perpetrators of crime or people that he has dealt with in the execution of his duties. So we think that more can be done, and to motivate these police officials, because they are really doing quite a good job. And one of the key issues in responding to the issue of the promotion that we have raised is that we have called for, the implementation of a clear promotion policy. Although a promotion policy is there in SAPS, however, we think that as SAPU, it does not address the key issues that members are facing. We strongly hold a view that our police officials stay in the same rank for a very long time. If we can have a constable that stays more than 10 years as a constable before they move to another rank, it's quite a frustration. And therefore, it has a direct impact on the morale of this member and the way in which he is committed to the execution of his duties. So we have raised it in quite a number of platforms, including the SSBC. And when we meet as parties, to say we really need to look at this gray area, which is a policy which we think that it needs really serious attention, so that it is able to cover currently what we see in the country in terms of how the things are expensive, petrol is expensive, groceries are expensive. You have quite a number of social challenges where us as inhabitants of the country are confronted with. And therefore, we think that it's very important that when you talk to issues of salary, you talk to salary which is able to complement the current status of the economy, and is able also to be at the same level in other countries, because we need to definitely benchmark what is the salary status in other countries, other European countries, because the less we motivate our members, that is where we stand to have a greater risk of corruption. We have a greater risk of lack of commitment, because we think that police officials do a critical role in terms of making sure that the country is safe, the country is protected. And then, yes, those are some of the suggestions that we have had, because they've raised the issue of what are some of the suggestions that we have that we think can improve in terms of crime fighting. We have raised the issue of the police ratio, and we have also raised that more training needs to be done to develop our members. I mean, at this day and age, we can see that the level of crime has, the way in which crime is happening has changed tremendously. And therefore, we call for a SAPS which will be quite innovative in terms of making sure that technologically they are advanced, resource-wise they are advanced, and tactically they are advanced to deal with crime of the day. Because crime a few years back, 10, 20 years ago, it's quite different now. A lot of things are digitalized, a lot of things are done technologically. So, and therefore we are saying we want police officials which will be academically empowered and also tactically empowered to deal with the current crime that we have. I mean, one of the honorable members have mentioned that police officials are driving Toyota Yaris and all that. And we are saying the provision of sufficient resources to be able to combat crime is quite critical, because you can't tell me that if you go to a crime scene where you have people who are robbing, who are busy with cash in transit, and you come there, you are driving a very slow car and they're driving BMW or the latest Mercedes-Benz. So it's one of the key issues that we need to look at. Hence, we have called on the establishment of these units, which will be specific to say they need to have sufficient resources to be able to deal with the serious crimes which are affecting the community. As a union providing benefits or issues to improve the livelihood of their members, we have tried a SAPU to make sure that SAPS or our members in particular, they benefit in means of bursaries so that they can be able to be capacitated to know more, because we do not think that when we are working for SAPS, you must have a tunnel view. You must be empowered to know about a lot of things. And we have made inroads in terms of making sure that across the country, we provide bursaries for our members. They apply, they study, not only our members, but their kids as well. They can apply, and they are granted an opportunity to register at a particular institution where they study for specific courses. And we cover those issues, financial education. We've got a number of workshops that we provide for our members in an effort to make education fashionable, because we think that education is quite an important matter in this day and age, where we need to empower a lot of our members so that they know more and they are able to deal with crime in a different perspective, and are able to not only know about SAPS in particular, but have solutions to be able to assist in the country at large. Amalgamation of other institutions. I think the position of SAPU when it comes to, we have seen the establishment of wardens. We welcome all efforts that relate to crime fighting. We know that there are existing private security companies which are dealing with crime. The call has always been from our side that let there be collective programs which will be able to assist SAPS in particular in crime fighting. And therefore, any effort which comes from whatever direction is welcomed by us, of course, with the exception that there should be sufficient training, because when you are dealing with crime, you can't just go there without any capacitation. You need to have all the necessary equipment to be able to curb crime. And also it must go hand in hand with SAPS, because that is the agency, the law enforcement agency that is existing, endorsed by the constitution of the country. And therefore we are saying joint efforts must be there to ensure that we fight crime. But also one of the key issues, the involvement of community members in crime fighting, because we have seen, in a number of instances where police officials would want to go, for example, in Sunnyside and arrest a criminal. And because of lack of understanding from some of these community members, there is some sort of resistance or lack of assistance to ensure that the arrest is made of drug dealers, people who are busy with human trafficking. And therefore we are saying there's still a lot of awareness that needs to be done to our society, and also the acceleration of programs such as your CPF to ensure that there is a great deal of partnership towards making sure that SAPS and all other relevant stakeholders work hand in hand to promote the crime fighting efforts which are there in the country. We have held a very strong view about the lack thereof of components such as your EHW. And we think that a great deal of improvement needs to be made to ensure that such components are able to, provide the necessary support for our members psychologically, emotionally, like I've said, our members are confronted with a number of challenges outside, and therefore they need quite a substantial support system inside the police itself. What we see now is that you have members who, if they've got certain challenges, they opt to go to their private institution for assistance, for counseling, and all the necessary advices. I mean, we have seen it also in instances where there was a situation in Mpumalanga where a lot of firearms were lost, and some of our members were subjected to victimization and lack of support, I would say, from what we would have thought that in SAPS, there should be a provision of clear support structures, which would say, if there's an incident that has transpired, how do we really support our members? How do we really ensure that our members are motivated to do more in crime fighting, as opposed to when they act and then end of the day, they find themselves in the firing line. What is even worse is that they would find themselves being charged for certain actions where in their minds and in their understanding, they thought that they were busy with their core function, which is crime fighting. Another honorable member also asked, I think it's Honorable Siabi, do unions form part of strategic sessions of SAPS for contributions? I think the senior management has also articulated, General Nsia has also articulated to say that nationally, we have structures where we meet on a quarterly basis as principals to deal with key issues that we think that need to be addressed from that level to ensure that we have a better SAPS, we have a better strategy outside of the deliberations that consistently take place at the SSBC. The mention was nationally, provincially, and station-wise. We encourage frequent engagements of parties, even at the provincial level. Well, of course, we do not restrict to say it should be quarterly or monthly. We, in terms of our structures, our understanding is that yes, SAPU meets even at provincial level, the provincial SAPS management to engage on critical issues. But our encouragement is that if there are issues which may arise, there's nothing wrong which would want for our members to engage as frequent as possible, because we do not have a gauge to say it has to be monthly. If there's an urgent matter, we always say that it should be important for management to be accessible at any time, especially to our provincial leaders, to our station chairpersons, so that we really engage on key pertinent issues which affect our members before they become or they perpetrate to serious issues. Because some of the labor-related matters, they start as minor issues, and if they are not attended to, then they affect the bigger picture. And therefore, we also always encourage frequent consultations with stakeholders to ensure that such challenges and information sharing is done on a frequent basis. Salaries, in comparison, it was raised to say, what do we think? We think that, you know, with the rate of inflation, with the way in which things are quite expensive in the country, with the way in which we are experiencing so many social problems, a lot can be done to ensure that the law enforcement agency in totality, not only SAPS, because although we have articulated to say trainees in SAPS are getting 4.5 and wardens are getting 4,000, you have a constable after becoming permanent who will get an amount of 16,000. couple 16,246 at entry level. And we think that in this current stage of economy, maybe that is one of the key issues which need to be revisited to ensure that there is great monitoring of a financial structure. As we have also suggested to say, maybe there should be a great effort to benchmark what we have in other countries, particularly European countries, versus what we are implementing in South Africa, so that we motivate our law enforcement agencies to ensure that when they work, they come out and act 150% because they are quite motivated. They live a life which is sufficient for themselves and their family in terms of the kind of risk that they are experiencing. We were made to understand that the wardens, the majority of them are under a contract. We are still in engagement with the management of wardens, because this is quite a structure where we are still, when we engage, we will also be able to go deeper in terms of understanding some of the working conditions that these members have, but quite a number of issues which have surfaced.
My apologies for interrupting you. Can you please wrap up now? I still need to take POPCRU and IPUSA.
All right, thank you very much. I don't know whether I'll get to the other issues, but the majority of issues which have been raised, we have touched on those. Like I said, there are similarities in the questions which have been raised. Part of the submissions that we have had, yes, relate to the issue of uniform allowance. We have indeed engaged management to say the conditions of service of our workers needs to be looked at so that they work better, they have enough resources, they're able to clothe themselves properly, because there's a corporate image that is there, and there's reputational damage from SAPS if we go out there and the uniform is not in order, the resources are not there. So including the issue of salary, which was raised, Colonel, the gap, but in summary, we would want to believe that as SAPU, we were clear to mention some of the key issues that affect directly our members, and with the inclusion of the disciplinary regulation, where sometimes there is inconsistency in terms of the application. And we have pointed out some of the key issues when we meet social partners in these principal meetings at the chamber. And there is some work which has been started to say, let's make sure that we finalize cases as quick as possible. And where there are issues where we think that unfairness has prevailed, we have raised it to say, let there be attention, let the attention be given to make sure that there is fairness, there is compliance to all the labor legislation, LRA, to ensure that end of the day, whatever decisions which are taken are in the good interest of our members. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for those responses, very informative, and we'll certainly consider what you have said. May I now give an opportunity to POPCRU?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee and fellow colleagues. We are going to present our input on a number of questions which were directed to us as POPCRU. The first one being that of the role of unions in assisting members with death grant. We in our presentation, Honorable Chair, we made it clear that the current 250,000 death grant that is being given to our members is extremely inadequate. And we have been emphasizing this as POPCRU in various platforms, including during our national program of action, which occurred last year. This was part of our demands to the leadership of the SAPS that the 250 should be revised. And on top of that, as POPCRU, we also resolved that there is a need for a death insurance as well for members of the SAPS. This insurance will be able to augment the death grant, because in most of the cases, members who get attacked and killed are those at the ground level, and majority of them are still young. And at the entry level, we do take cognizance that death is death. But majority of them are still young, and they just they had families and so forth. So we are saying the grant that is being provided will not be adequate to sustain the families of these members, to make sure that their children go to school and so forth. So really it is of a great concern that we find families being left behind in abject poverty, whereas really SAPS can be able to do something. So we are saying on top of the death grant, which it is our firm position that should also be increased, there's a need to augment it with death insurance, whereby SAPS will be able to contribute towards the sustenance of the livelihood of the families of the members should the unfortunate incidents of death occur in the family. On the housing allowance, Honorable Chair, we have noted as POPCRU, and we have presented our concern that our members are unfortunately along the lines of the missing middle. So they find themselves caught up in situations whereby they are struggling to afford housing, whereas they also don't qualify to get RDP houses. The study which was conducted by SAPS in 2021 on organizational climate survey clearly indicated that we still have our members who live in squatter camps and at the back room, which is one of the contributing factors towards our members being killed, because they get easily targeted. So we are of the view that the PIC funds which members are contributing to should be utilized. We've been proposing that they should be utilized to subsidize members through the government employee housing scheme, so that members can be able to get better housing. Over and above that, we included into the submission that barracks should also be opted as an alternative to ensure better housing for members, more especially young constables who are just entering the service, who are struggling in terms of decent residential areas. We indicated in our submission, Honorable Chair, that barracks should also be should be considered as an alternative to ensure decent homes for members. And on the question of if we do form part of strategic planning sessions, and I'm going to couple that one with the frequency of meeting, because for us, they're addressing one question of whether we do have meetings with the leadership of the SAPS and the frequency. Yes, the meetings do happen on quarterly basis. We also encourage our full-time shop steward at the station level and so forth to have frequent meetings with the management to address topical issues that require such kind of meetings to occur. However, the critical challenge that we are facing as a trade union is on the implementation part. We do have meetings, we do have agreements, we do come up with tangible resolutions during meetings. However, implementation remains a critical part that that is dragging other processes from unfolding. So that's one other challenge that we have to really look at. On the investment, on the trade union investment, Honorable Chair, we need to acknowledge the fact that trade unions need financial sustainability. They cannot be able to sustain themselves on their own. If we have to sustain ourselves, we will often need to we find ourselves compelled to increase the subscription fee of members, which will also be of a detrimental effect on their livelihood. So yes, we do have investment, and this investment also add value to the lives of our members, as we do provide bursaries so that our members can be able to further their studies and be at an added advantage of promotions when the opportunity present itself. And we also ensure through the investment that we provide bursaries for the dependents of our members as well. So the investments from the trade union, yes, are due beneficial to the members as well. On the question on okay, back to the death grant, Honorable Chair, we also indicated in our submission that the danger allowance for the police officers, the current danger allowance is extremely inadequate. So we are saying the allowance should be increased to 700 rands, to 1.5, my apologies, to 1.5, and this should be revised on annual basis because it has been stagnant on one level for quite a number of years, which is incorrect. And on the issue of police killings, our submission is clear that we've been concerned as POPCRU on the issue of police killings. And hence we are presenting that there should be also, among others, a legislative amendment, because when you look at the SAPS Act, which is long overdue for endorsement, it indicates that when a person has obstructed a police officer from executing their duties, the minimum sentence is 24 months. So we are objecting that because it is through objecting police officers that their life becomes endangered. So we are saying, we are emphasizing as POPCRU that police officers must not under any circumstances be obstructed from executing their functions. Hence, we are of the view that this provision needs to be revised so that it can ensure that there isn't any interference, so that criminals, heartless criminals, think twice and they do not even consider obstructing law enforcement officers from executing their functions. We are also proposing that Section 149 of the Criminal Procedure Act, Honorable Chair, should be revised because majority of our members find themselves caught up as when they are supposed to act, as they are not certain in terms of the amount of minimum force that they're supposed to be utilizing. So they find themselves at a disadvantaged side, whereas criminals, most of the cases do go out, get away with find themselves at an advantaged situation, because we have a number of cases whereby members were applying force and unfortunately some of them were arrested because there isn't clear understanding in terms of the use of force when enforcing arrest and so forth. I'm just checking here, Honorable Chair, if we have covered everything. After this, I will also check with my colleagues if there is anything that we have omitted. On the issue of uniform, there was an input on the issue of uniform allowance. Those are the matters that we table at the SSSBC, including the issue of promotion and great progression, because yes, we do agree that the current promotion policy does not assist our members in anyhow. And yes, it serves as a demoralizing factor, because under any circumstances, it wouldn't be motivating for employees, any employee, to be on one level for 10 or 12 years, let alone the employees who are working so hard to ensure that the safety and security of our country is maintained. So we are of the view that promotion policy should be revised at an advantage of our members. I think that was it from our side, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very detailed briefing. And I think, again, we concur with you on the comments made, and we take your suggestions and your comments very seriously. We appreciate the time that the unions engage with the committee, and we are extremely appreciative again of your relationship that you have with the committee. Kindly also feel free to inform the committee of any concerns that you have. You are also free to make suggestions and to indicate if there's any other further items you would like the committee to attend to. The partnership between SAPS, the committee, and the unions is actually critical in this important service delivery matter of fighting crime and corruption. I will now note IPUSA. Please stay in the platform, because I'll give another opportunity to General Nsia. IPUSA, you may come in now.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I think the President is having some problems with or challenges with network, but I was listening to Comrade Shakima. Matter of members is not going to come down anytime soon, and there are contributes to that, or attributes to this. I think the ratio that we spoke to today of 1:400 as opposed to 1:200 is one indication that the police are under pressure. That's one part. The second part is the issue of support. When police officers have acted within the ambit of Section 49, management still have to decide whether those police officers had forfeited any state protection or not. There are some times where errors are made, and policemen and women who are involved in these shootings, they are left to fend for themselves. So these are part of the attributes which makes police officers to think first before they act. Criminals don't have time to do that. Criminals act spontaneously, and during that period of thinking, you get killed. The issue of benefits to dependents, 250,000 rand when you are dead, killed on duty. There is some leave pay which will come from the police. There is also a pension payout that they will receive, and they will get medical aid, but that medical aid is paid for. There is arrangements which has to be made for them to continue paying towards the benefits which they were receiving, something which we believe that the SAPS need to look at and contribute meaningfully in ensuring that Parliament is of benefit to the members. The issue of danger allowance, Honorable Shakimang, the danger, there's no life that is worth 700 rand. I think SAPS we need to sit together and find better ways of contributing towards the lives of these men and women in blue. The issue of Metropolis amalgamating with other law enforcement agencies, the Metropolis have got a duty when it comes to crime prevention. They contribute to the South African Police Service, and they're somewhere where they are commanded by the National Commissioner of Police. So already Metro Police throughout the country, they resort under the command of the National Commissioner, and there are some duties which they do jointly together. The only problem, maybe it will be between the two law enforcement agencies which exist in Gauteng and the one which is in the Western Cape, as to how do they coordinate their activities in the fight against crime. I believe that they are the formations of, in terms of Section 334, and Section 334 allows them to deal with issues of crime scenes, crime preventions, and all that. And with this short period of training, I wonder if they are prepared to really do this. And another thing that we want to share with you, honorable members of this committee, is that the wardens in Gauteng and even in Western Cape, they are going to confront criminals who deals with drugs and who deals with firearms. And I wonder, how are they going to confront heavily armed people like this when they are not armed? The issue of offerings of services, what is it that we offer in terms of employee health and wellness program? We only have got wisdom to share with them. And that wisdom is to advise them to utilize their medical aid if they don't trust the EHW, and utilize these resources at places where they feel better to go and get those services. We also want to share with this committee that the EHW members are also frustrated. You know, they are supposed to be giving professional services to the police force, to the police service, but they also need the same services because of the working conditions under which they find themselves in. Honorable Siabe, you spoke about the issue of whether unions participate in the strategic sessions when they develop APPs. Maybe IPUSA, because it's new, it still has to have a threshold of 50,000 to participate in those activities. We don't have that opportunity for now. We depend on research materials that we receive either from the portfolio committee or the desk research things that we do. The issue of the investment arms, we are new, we don't have investment arms, but we also believe that in having an investment wing, our role, if that arm, it will have to make sure that it contributes, you know, towards the members of whom this is established for. So if we had any funds, we'll make sure that we contribute towards the well-being of those members as well. Honorable Marekwa, do we meet with the national with management? Yes, like I indicated earlier on, there are those who have an opportunity to meet. We don't have, because we have to still meet the threshold of 50,000. The issue of, okay, Honorable Mishwe, have you unions, IPUSA, been in contact with management when it comes to the application of discipline? We are forever in consultation with them, but this is a document that needs to be interpreted correctly, because everywhere where we go, the interpretations of this document is completely different. If you look at the principles of the disciplinary regulations, the application of those principles should apply to Regulation 8.1 and even to Regulation 9, which is expeditious process. But if you look at how these things are done, are completely different, because the guidelines for Regulation 9 are not made available, other than to say that the chairperson who holds the rank of a brigadier sits in front of you and give you all the charges and wants to hear you, and you don't have the right to question those who have brought those charges against you. And out of this, without you having to poke holes into the evidence that is being given or led by the employer, that member gets dismissed. That's what is happening now. The issue of EHW, just to go back a little bit, its reflection to the entire police force, the police service, is very bad. It is the issue of the rank structure, because even commanders, they don't take instructions from a warrant officer. We may employ a psychiatrist, a psychologist, theologist, people with high qualifications to man those positions. But if they are given ranks, identified by ranks, you're coming into this environment, you get a rank of a warrant officer. And then you go into an assessment, and the assessment suggests that a member be removed from certain environments, and you have to tell or give that assessment to a senior officer than your rank. Normally, these assessments are not taken seriously. And that is why you see the frustrations between the EHW and the command structure of the SAPS. And at the end of the day, those members of EHW end up breaking down, and instead of them providing the services that are needed by the service, they are the ones who need those services. I think something needs to be done about that. The issue of consultation, I think I've already indicated. I can give you an example. I think with the issue of 10111 in Midrand, you know, before the issue of the shutdown on the 20th of March, we had a very big hullabaloo there. We wrote letters to management there. We did not even receive a response. But we then received a response when one of the lieutenant colonels who comes from there went to that center and said, we don't talk to people who does not have a threshold of 50,000. I think management need to look at that, because they need to interact with any person who have got keen interest in policy. That's one. Secondly, they are sitting in public office. Those offices does not belong to them. It belongs to the public. So anyone who wants to visit those offices should be allowed to interact with them. The issue of Section 49, the provisions of Section 49 are very clear. You act in terms of Section 1 if you want to benefit from the benefits of subsection 2. If you act contrary to subsection 1, you will not get the benefits as prescribed under subsection 2. Honorable Tereblanche, you raised the issue of professionalize the service, doing, what is our contribution in discouraging members to get involved in the commission of an offense? There are reasons, you know, police officers are involved in crime in the service. It's either because they're not well paid, but if you are not a thief, you are not going to steal. If you steal, it is because you were a thief right from the beginning. But the service have got a process of intake. Before a member gets into the service, the Z204 has to be completed, the issue of vetting. The issue of vetting has been laxed and wrong people are getting into the service. We need to say this. We don't just enjoy having membership from the members, but we must also be able to guard jealously, you know, against the SAPS, because it's the profession that we have chosen to come and work for. So if wrong people are allowed into this system, we are going to see the wrong things that they are capable of doing being done within the service, and the public won't be able to differentiate between good police officers and bad police officers. So we will encourage SAPS to go back to the issue of vetting. We need to know a police officer who is coming from Mangus, who pitch up in Gauteng. We need to know how did he come from Mangus to Gauteng? Who are the forefathers? Who are the church elders? Who, you know, we need to know anything about a member before we even take them. To professionalize the service as well, it is good because, you know, it reminds me of a statement made by Sir Robert Peel, the father of policing.
This man recommended that the issue of volunteership, it needs to be discouraged and appoint people and pay them very well. If we want to professionalize the police, let's pay these people very well. Let's identify good police officers. When they are in the system, we pay them very well. And what are we doing today in the SAPS? We don't even have the promotion policy. The promotion policy to reward those police officers who are doing a good job. And really the waiting period of about 10 to 11 years for a constable to move to a sergeant, that should be discouraged. And we must encourage police officers to learn. Then we have the promotions based on qualifications and have promotions based on experience. I think we need to start recognizing this. The issue of support is very important. We need to continue and deal with the issue of support, Honorable Chair. And the police, the leadership must be seen to be the parents of all of these employees within this environment. The parent whom, when you have got complaints, you've got issues, you walk in there freely and be able to discuss with them these issues. Before you even refer me to employee health and wellness program, I must have had an opportunity to speak to you. And that's what I think we need to have. Is the structure of the police, is it geared towards fighting crime? If you look at it, it needs strong re-engineering. It needs strong reorganization, because currently it is not geared towards fighting crime, and especially because of the critical shortage of manpower and vehicles.
Okay, my apologies. Could you please wrap up now?
I am done, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much to all the unions for their responses. General Sia, would you like to come in before I close this matter?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, as I have indicated earlier on, Chair, that we do have platforms where we discuss issues of mutual interest with labor, and we will continue doing that, Chairperson. And I must also indicate, Chairperson, that most of the issues that were raised by honorable members as well as by the unions in their presentations, those matters, majority of them are sitting at our SSBC, where we'll be discussing them. The issue of the promotion policy, Chairperson, it is on the agenda of the council, where we need to review the current promotion policy. The issues of the establishment of the specialized units, the issue of the danger allowance. I must indicate, Chairperson, on the danger allowance, I think it was just before the end of the financial year when we increased it from 400 to 700. And we agree, Chairperson, that 700 is not enough. There is still an opportunity for us to increase it a little bit more. And we made a commitment to the two unions that this year, current financial year, our CFO will look again in terms of what we are having in the coffers, maybe to also increase the 700 to an amount. I know we might not be able to go to the ultimate amount that has been put on the table at one go. We might do it over a period of time, but there is an appetite on the part of the management, Chairperson, to increase the danger allowance or the service allowance. The issue of the uniform allowance, Chairperson, yes, as the management, there is a proposal that we'll be putting when we sit at the council in terms of, the amount that we are proposing to increase. I must indicate that, yes, the employer made some funds available to increase the uniform allowance, but it's a matter that is going to be discussed at the council. So, yeah, this one will be discussed when the council sits. I think it will be sitting before the end of this month of May. Then the issue of the stress or depression and the EHW, I must admit, Chairperson, I think even at some point I came to this committee when we were discussing the climate survey to indicate that, yes, we do not have enough EHW professionals. However, with the shortage that we are having, Chairperson, we are partnering with POLMED, our medical aid scheme, We are also partnering with our health risk manager, where we are saying those members that we are unable to reach, at least they can utilize the services of POLMED, because currently we're having competing priorities in as far as personnel is concerned. We need more members at our police stations, and we need more EHW practitioners. So the little number that we are getting, we are trying our level best to allocate those posts or those members to our police stations to address the shortages in our frontline policing. But we are working with POLMED chairperson. They are assisting us in terms of dealing with some of the members. And I must also indicate, chairperson, that our EHW, they are professionals and they are registered with various professional bodies, and we make sure that they abide by the rules of their professional bodies. And all these issues, chairperson, that are currently sitting on the agenda of the SSBC, I must indicate that they are having financial implications, and some of them are adding up in terms of the high costs that we are having on our compensation budget. So when we sit down as the management chairperson, when we say we are unable to do something, it's not because we do not want to, but it will be because we are being hamstrung by the budget that we are having. But there is an appetite on the part of the management to make sure that we better the lives of our members, and we continue to work with our social partners to make sure that we better the lives of our members by improving their benefits as well as improving their well-being. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, honorable members of our unions, the leadership of the unions and SAPS. Thank you very much to the honorable members of the committee for this engagement. I'm sure you all appreciated the inputs which we received, and we appreciated the presentations which you made as the leadership of the unions. Kindly convey our respect and good wishes to your leaders who are not present here today and to your membership. This takes care of this item on the agenda and the business of today. Those who would like to continue on the platform, you are welcome to do so. The platform is open to the public. Honorable members, I'm not going to take a comfort break. I'm going to ask that PSIRA immediately prepares its presentation, and that we then take the presentation of PSIRA. Thank you very much to the leadership of the unions. You may leave the meeting if you so require. Our appreciation to you once more. Thank you. SAPS, will you be joining us for the PSIRA presentation?
I was actually typing in the chat box, chairperson, to check if you require me to stay in chair or if I should also leave. I'll take you from you, chair.
Are you required at the SAP General?
No, chairperson, I can sit in.
Please do. I'd appreciate it if you continue joining us. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Chair. Thank you, Chair.
PSIRA, you may start.
Well, Chairperson, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. While the colleagues from PSIRA are loading the presentation, I just want to make you aware who is with us for this session today. The director, Mr. Chauke, is here leading his team. And his team, we have got Messi Bukhodi, who is the CFO. We have got Messi Chwaro, one of the deputy directors there. Our corporate secretary, Mr. Mahulani, is also with us. And then of the management, there is Ntate Ralioma, as well as Ntate Machumela. So without any waste of time, Chair, I hope I have covered all the members. Otherwise, the director or the colleagues will indicate. I want to hand over to them so that they can take us through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to all the members. Chairperson.
Good morning, Mr. Chauke. You're welcome.
Thank you. In terms of the overview, Chairperson, we will provide the House with the legislative overview and a policy mandate. We will also take the committee on our performance annual performance plan with 4 programs and some budget information. The presentation will be led by the acting COO, as well as the CFO, Ms. Sibohodi. Thank you, Chair. I will hand over to the acting COO, Mr. Ralewamo.
Thank you very much. You may continue.
Honorable Chairperson of the committee and to all honorable members of the committee, good morning. My name is Isaac Raleom. I'm the Acting Chief Operations Officer of the authority. As indicated earlier by the authority's director, I will be presenting the APP of PSIRA for the financial year 2023-2024 to the committee. As we are aware that from the legislative point of view, PSIRA's mandate derives from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which is Act number 108 of 1996, and Chapter 2, the Bill of Rights, and specifically Section 199. We have been established, Chairperson, in terms of the Private Security Industry Regulation Act, which is Act number 56 of 2001, and the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 1999 as amended. Other legislation that underpin our mandate, Chair, are the Private Security Industry Levies Act and the Private Security Industry Regulation Bill, and other various legislation pertaining to the mandate, governance, environment, and the social arrangements. We always align our policies, Chair, directions with some of the developmental priorities like the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, UN Sustainable Development Goals, and African Union Agenda 2063. In terms of our strategy in executing the mandate, our strategy in executing the mandate, Chair, it's illustrated. If you can have a look. My apology for this. I'm trying to move my presentation. It's not moving. If you can just pardon me, I'm sorry for that. And our strategy in executing the mandate is illustrated in a form of house. You can see it, in which the roof explained the impact in which we want to see at the end as an organization, which therefore becomes our main objective of having a legitimate, competent, and transformed private security industry. Chair, we intend to achieve the aforesaid main objectives by regulating the provision of the private security service, and also by educating our stakeholders on compliance issues, and also by advancing a transformation in the private security sector. Of course, Chair, we need to have proper governance and be financially sustainable for us to execute our mandate maximally. In terms of our APP, Chair, we do have our main focus area, especially for the midterm. And some of this focus area or focal area, some of them we have already started with them from our previous financial year. The first one is to review the funding model, Chair. Yes, the funding model which we are currently using is not sustainable. Hence, we are working towards introducing a sustainable funding model. And we believe that by coming up with a sustainable funding model, it will assist us to be able, to execute the mandate of the organization maximally. The other one is the implementation of the organizational design to ensure adequate capacity to support mandate. We have conducted our organizational design in 2019, Chair, and the outcome of the OD were to be implemented in phases, considering the availability of funds. It is our main focus to ensure that those identified roles which are not yet implemented are implemented during this midterm. The other one is the continuous review of training standards for the private security industry. We are continuously focusing on reviewing, Chair, and improving our training standards. And the review and the improvement of the standards is greatly informed by the trends which happens in our industry, in the country, which require specific skills to address them. And the other one is the establishment of the Special Operations Unit, which will be establishing during this midterm. The Special Operation Units will focus mainly, Chair, on the management and monitoring of the firearms which are issued to the security industry. And the unit will further focus on serious areas of non-compliance by the security providers. Yes, we have also thought of, as a part of our focal area, to establish a business intelligence unit, which will assist the organization in terms of assessing and analyzing the data, which will also assist us, Chairperson, to ensure that we intensify our efforts when it comes to inspections going forward. The other area that we are focusing on is the transformation of the private security industry. The Act requires PSIRA, Chair, to ensure transformation in the private security sector. We have started with this process already. We have developed the transformation charter. We will be starting with the consultation of the charter to the industry. And the other one is the continuous awareness of PSIRA brand. We feel that there's still a need, Chair, to create awareness regarding the functions of the authority to the entire public. On that note, we have lined up the interventions to create awareness, to the public in terms of the role and the mandate of the organization. The other one is the development of and the implementation of the regulation. This is an ongoing process to ensure that the sector is regulated effectively. And however, it's also our focal area. We have also identified the digitalization of services as one of our focal area. This is one of the strategic outcomes, Chair, we have set for us for the current 5-year strategy. We have been implementing the digitalization strategy in phases, and we still have many areas we need to digitalize. Last year, we have also launched the online registration system as part of this strategy, Chair. And the other focal area is the decentralization of PSIRA services. My
apologies. Could we just speed up things a little bit?
Thank you, Chair. I'll speed up. I've already indicated the decentralization of PSIRA services. I'm not going to explain. We need to design our organization to such a way that some of the functions are decentralized to the provinces. The other area is the review of and update of the database, which is one of the areas that we're going to look at. To make sure that we review the data, the registration database, which accommodates or holds the registration information for the security officers and the business. Going forward, as the director has already indicated, Chair, we have 4 programs that informed our APP. We have developed the annual performance plan for 2020-24. Then you'll be able to 2023-2024. What I've presented here, you'll be able to see, even though I'm not going to talk to everything, you'll be able to see the outcomes and outputs, also the outputs indicators. We have also on this document also presented the audited performance for the previous financial years, and also the estimated performance for 2020-23 and our APP for 2023-2024. I'm not going to talk about the audited performance and the estimated performance. In terms of our APP, the first program, our first program is your finance program, as I've indicated before. In terms of this program, we have got 11 output indicators, Chair. I'll just talk about the strategic outputs and the target, therefore, that we are targeting for 2023-2024. You'll see that, I mean, the first one is 1.1. The output indicator, there is the percentage of implementation of the audit action plan. And we're targeting 100% with regard to that. As we are aware that this is a compliance matter, we do this, I mean, to make sure that we increase and improve controls in the organization. Hence, we are targeting 100% for that. And the second one is the percentage compliance with the statutory reporting requirements. We have set the target of 100% to ensure that, I mean, we comply with the statutory requirements, statutory reporting requirements. We'll say that, I mean, in terms of the percentage of implementation of the approved strategic risk mitigation, we have targeted 75% of the actions to be implemented. And one of the reasons why you are seeing a drop as compared from the previous financial year is the fact that we realize that most of the action plans that we have identified or strategic action plans that we have identified on our risk strategic register are also part, some of them are also part of the targets, of the APP targets. So that's the reason why we have dropped the target for the strategic risk mitigation plan. We have 1.4.1, the percentage of billed revenue collected. We are targeting 80% share of the billed revenue to be collected. Yes, we targeting 80%, take into consideration also the economic landscape in the country. Just putting 20% that it's highly possible that that cannot be collected based on the economic issues in the country. And 1.5.1 is the one that I've already talked about, the percentage implementation of the digital business strategy implementation plan. It's a target that we have started from 2019-2020, and we are targeting 100% implementation of the digital business strategy implementation on this plan, Chairperson. So it has been accumulative, I mean, from 2019-2020, and we are planning to finalize the implementation of this strategy in 2023-2024. In terms of 1.6.1, which talks to the strategy output of human resource management and development, we targeting 7% in terms of the percentage of the vacancy rate against the approved funded position. And the 1.62, the percentage of employee performance rating assessed 3 and above as per performance management system. We're targeting that at least, I mean, 95% of people who have been assessed, they must have been rated 3 and above they must have been rated 3 and above for the financial year. The 1.7.1, the number of draft regulations approved by the council, you could see that we have dropped the target there as well, Chair. During the previous financial year, we targeted 3 regulations to be approved by EXCO. So you'll see that we are targeting only 1. And the reason why we're doing this, we have already developed a lot of regulations that we want to see them to finalize them in terms of implementation. So that's the reason why we said, I mean, considering that we have a lot that we've developed, then for this financial year, let's only target 1 regulation. The number of relevant research reports to be completed as a strategic output of sector research, we are targeting 5 research reports to be completed during this financial year. And the number of completed survey, we are targeting for a completed survey during this financial year. In terms of the transformation charter for the private security industry, our target this year is the transformation charter for the private security industry is approved, and also the baseline for transformation index is completed. Those are the targets that we have set for us in terms of the transformation charter. The following program is program 2, Chair, which is the law enforcement program. The law enforcement program have got 5 output indicators. And in terms of this one, the first one, which deals with the industry inspection as a strategic output, the indicator that is the number of security business inspected to enforce compliance with Private Security in Industry Regulation Act. So we are targeting 5,650 security business to be inspected during this financial year. We also have 2.2.3, which is the number of security officers here now to be inspected to enforce compliance with the private security industry. There we are targeting 29,640 security officers to be inspected. We also have the number of security business for licensed firearms inspected. And in this one, you could see that we have also increased the target to 1,725 security business.
My apologies for interrupting you again. We are now on slide 17 and you have 42 slides. I don't want to rush through this presentation. Honorable members, can we take the presentation and call back again on Friday if we do not get through all the questions and answers? But PSIRA, you are really moving at a snail's pace. Honorable members, I'll take the presentation. If we do not cover all the questions and responses, I'll call PSIRA back again on Friday. Are you accepting that ruling of the chair? Honorable members?
Accepted,
Chair. So if we do not finish, I'll call them back on Friday. But PSIRA, you must move a bit. Mr. Chake, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. May I propose that perhaps we address you with regard to the new issues that are on the APP, because there's 1 or 2, so that we don't have to go through the entire presentation. We take it as
I agree. Yes, I agree, Mr. Chauke. And please, I don't mean this in any disrespectful manner. But we received your presentation well in time, and we have studied your presentation. Mr. Chauke, could you look at the new matters of emphasis, please?
Thank you, Chair. Ask the acting COO to move to program where there is a new items that we've added, I think is, and then from there we'll hand over to the CFO. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, thank you very much. As the director has indicated, in terms of our APP, the area that I have not presented, which is program for training and communication, there are no changes at all. So I will focus only on the registration area, which is our program number 4. So in terms of this, Chair, these are new output indicator at all. We still kept the strategic outcome, but we have changed the output indicator. And the reason why we thought of output indicator, especially 2.72 and the 2.73, which is the number of active registered security business on the database reviewed, and also number of active registered security officer on the database reviewed. The reason here, Chairperson, we have realized that, I mean, we have a database that has not been reviewed for some times, and we wanted to review the particular database. I mean, to see if, I mean, all those who have registered, they still meeting the requirements of them being registered by the organization. This program will allow us to have clear indication, Chair, regarding the number of security providers in our database in terms of who is active and not active. One of the reasons of this intervention was due to the fact that our registered security officer number is growing rapidly as opposed to the number of the active security in our database. Yes, we assume that some of them may have maybe passed on or passed away, or they have decided also to pursue other career opportunities. Perhaps just to give a picture with regard to that, especially when it talks about 2.73, which is number of active registered security officers. In terms of our statistics or the reports, we find that we have registered close to 3 million security officers, but only 577 are active. So the question is, where is the 2.2 million? So this process have been realized or thought, I mean, to make sure that we clean the database and see where the other number of securities who are not active who are on our database. So we have included these two output indicators, I mean, to be able to measure our performance with regard to this. 2.71, which I've been started with, is just to measure the turnaround time for implementing the registration committee resolution for individual application with an illicit activity, is just to make sure that we measure our turnaround time in terms of delivering on that output indicator. I think those are the only changes that we have done on our APP in terms of the output indicator. And thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you.
Thank you, Mr. Chauke.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would request the CFO to take us through the budget information.
You may continue.
Thank you, CEO, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I would, in terms of the budget process, we are funding the, if you remember in the slide that the acting COO presented, we've got focus area. So our main aim is to ensure that those focus area over the MTEF are funded. And if you look at our budget over the MTEF, we are growing at an average of 9%, which is a very slow pace. But I think one good thing that when we look at the past 5 years, we have grown by more than 40%. If you look at 312 and minus 442, so you notice that the growth, yes, it's minimal, but at least there's a significant growth to ensure that we reach our mandate and we are able to execute what is required. This budget is funded by mostly the cost reports and the security officers that we anticipate to increase with those numbers over the MTEF period. So when you look at this pie chart, it indicates how we are funded. We are mainly funded by the annual fees. As indicated earlier, that the annual fees model, it's not an equitable, it's an equitable model. Hence, we have lots of bad debts. Hence, we are also projecting 80% collection of revenue to fund this. But however, we are in consultation with National Treasury to ensure that we implement Levies Act so that we can adequately service the industry. But we are still doing very well. We have implemented a going concern strategy. We implemented cost containment measures to ensure that this annual fees, while we are still waiting for levies model, it sustained the organization. The second largest is cost reports, and also followed by registration fees. And in this table, we indicating the details figures. You'll notice now we are unpacking the growth of every item there. So if you look at the annual fees, they are also growing nicely there, but we are not happy with the growth because we are a self-funded organization. So we are driven by what we can afford. We would like to do more, hence we move into the levies model. But so far we have, as our acting CEO was presenting, that there is growth in the achieved APP targets. So it shows that the money that we are getting, we are increasing the targets for the APP. This is the detailed snapshot of our financials, and we are not allowed to budget for deficit or more than what we can afford. So when you look at our budget, you'll notice, because we are a self-funded organization, our main cost driver there, it's employees, because we need to have people on the ground, and then we need to have people that are collecting in the offices, but mostly it's our personal law enforcement that we utilize to inspect, to ensure enforcement. And then the second largest, it's rental, because we've got office space that we are renting out, and due to escalation and economic climate, the cost of inflation and rental escalation cost us an additional 8%. But we have negotiated. It could have been worse when we renewed the lease. The consultation cost, this is not the consultation where our employees are unable to do some task. It's mainly for the online services, the one that we have implemented to ensure that our services are rendered efficiently across across South Africa. And the fingerprints costs still remain the fourth largest, because we need to verify our security officers before they enter into our system. So here, this is the detailed MTEF budget estimate. And in the next slide, I'll just touch on the increases. So we are also aiming to increase our capacity, the law enforcement, the legal, and the registration department. And then also we just highlighting that the 8% that we spoke about earlier, that it's leases that we have across South Africa. And then the repairs and maintenance, because we now have assessed the suitability of some of the offices. We've got new leases that we have to have tenant installations and partition, and some of the maintenance in the Arcadia offices where we're housing other core business. And we also have legal fees. We're anticipating that when we move to the Levies Act, we would have some challenges. So we just have contingencies there that we want to be able to defend and ensure that the levies it's accepted. So also in terms of staff training, when you increase your personnel, it will automatically increase the money that you should put aside to develop your employees. And then the other thing that is there is just bank charges, because now our model requires, you see, our security officers pay an amount, so 40 Rand to access our system. So those are some inherent charges that we get from the bank. However, but we are negotiating with the bank to ensure that they pardon us a certain percentage so that we are not prejudiced, or we are not charged so much money in terms of the bank charges. I'll just quickly, this is the last slide from me. this is the CAPEX budget. We have budgeted for computer software. Computer software, it's because we are now moving towards online things, we need to have a system, Office 365, the whole package, to ensure that all the packages, all the package, it's like now we have Teams meeting, we are able to do all this through an online. And then also we want to introduce the remote working tool where we can monitor performance of the employees. And then we also realize that the cyber and the network monitoring needs to be intensified. So we need to procure a software to ensure that we are protected when the cyber attacks are attempted to our system. And then on also the computer software, we are still going to ensure that those computers, as we are aware that we want to move to a remote or empower people to be able to work without being monitored. So those software need us to have adequate computer hardware to ensure that are implemented adequately. We also have a big ticket item, the disaster recovery service that we want to implement. And then we also want to have vehicles for law enforcement to ensure that they are adequately capacitated to conduct inspections in the areas that are not easily accessible. So we are buying them, I think, 2 cars to ensure that they can access those areas. And then this is the summary. This is what I spoke about earlier. And we are done, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Chauke, thank you very much to your team for always doing this sterling good work. Mr. Chauke, the last word is always yours.
Thank you, Chair. That is our budget, Chair. There isn't much of the changes except for the issues that we're implementing in the medium term, which have those variations that we see on the budget. But we are hopeful that we'll be able to achieve this with the planning that we have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I'll take your hands, and you do not get adequate responses, I'll continue on Friday. You can remove the presentation. Please remove the presentation. Members, I'll now note your hands.
Recording stopped.
Honorable Whitfield, Mrekwa, Shembeni, and Tablanche in that order. Honorable Whitfield.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just need to get that presentation open on my side quickly. Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. I just need a clarity before I follow up with a question. On slide 16, 2.2.1, the output indicator is number of security businesses inspected to enforce compliance with Private Security Industry Regulation Act 2001. And I don't see any reference to the Amendment Act number 18 of 2014, which was assented to by the President in 2021. So perhaps I'm confused, Chairperson, but if I could just get that clarity and then I'll proceed with the question. It is my understanding that the President did assent to that Act number 18 of 2014, which has changes to the Act of 2001, which should then find expression in the annual performance plan of the entity. Could we just get...
Yes, Mr. Chauke has his hand up, so it seems as if he does want to explain. Mr. Chauke.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is indeed so. The Amendment Act was assented to. However, it has not been promulgated, so it is not yet in operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whitfield. You may continue.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much. Then, Chairperson, just to get indication in anticipation of that promulgation, and I'm not clear as to why it has not been promulgated yet, and perhaps that's something the committee could just establish. But in anticipation of that, I still refer to that output indicator where it refers to security businesses. Now, in the Amendment Act, it indicates that key cutters are to be considered as locksmiths, and locksmiths are considered as security businesses. Perhaps the question then should be, in anticipation of that promulgation, in preparing the entity, Mr. Chauke, for the eventuality or the inevitability that key cutters will now be qualified or classified as security businesses, how will the entity then proceed to ensure that they are registered and compliant as with all other security businesses? Because it will inevitably add a tremendous burden to the entity. It's something that requires advanced preparation to ensure that all security businesses are treated as equal, because on every corner and in every shop, there are key cutters which are undercutting legitimate locksmith businesses who have to comply with sometimes the onerous requirements of the entity. So I'd be interested to know whether any foresight is being applied, Chair, to that amendment, which obviously will be promulgated, I presume, in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Whitfield. Honourable Marekwa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all participants on the platform. Chair, let me start by noting or welcoming the presentation from PSIRA and noting the overall improvement on their targets. However, Chairperson, under Program 2, that talks to their performance, there are those targets that have been removed, and one would like to know, in terms of their performance indicator that talks to self-assessment, why was it removed for the 2023-24 year? And if the PSIRA can also provide clarity on that part in terms of why that was removed, and then can also PSIRA indicate or give clarity on the issue of gender equality, because when we see in the companies, security guards all over the country mostly are men, how are they dealing with the issue of gender equality to make sure that there is gender equality within the industry? Next, my other issue, Chairperson, is on the how PSIRA, let me rephrase, let me say, can PSIRA explain the steps that they are going to take in addressing the non-compliance of security companies with the Basic Conditions of Employment Act? Because a narrative in society is that there is huge exploitation of security guards in as far as the kind of salaries that they are earning from their companies. Now, how is PSIRA going to ensure that there's the steps that they are going to take in addressing this matter in terms of the salary or wages given to security guards, the ones who are actually doing the job? And then the other one, Chairperson, is how is PSIRA monitoring those deregistered companies that may be deregistered from operating within the industry? What are the steps that they are going to take in ensuring that such companies are not going back and doing work within the industry whilst they are deregistered? Also, coupled to that one, Chairperson, once those companies are deregistered, the issue of firearms, because in South Africa, there is an issue of firearms that are all over the place. How is PSIRA ensuring that firearms from deregistered company or even security guards are monitored and maybe taken back, or the process of ensuring that people are not going to be using them or occupying them illegally, so whilst they are no longer within the industry? How are they going to deal with those issues, Chairperson? From me, that will be my inputs, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Marekwa. Apologies. It was first the Branch and then Shimbeni. Honorable Tablanche.
Chairperson, thank you. I think my computer was a bit soft now. I think that the Honorable
Recording
Marek
in progress.
covered everything that I wanted to ask, but I couldn't hear properly, so I'm going to repeat it again. I also wanted to ask a question about, it was mentioned, the review of the database. And my question is, you know, obviously, how many people are outside of this important institution, you know, to be monitored and managed from their side? And what are they doing to ensure that people that are sort of not anymore longer belonging to this organization, that they cannot and do not operate further? The second question then obviously is also about the firearms. How do they ensure that all people registered with them, that they comply with their firearms, the prescripts of the firearms licensing process, and obviously, once again, the ones that are not going to be part of this any longer, what is happening to them and what is happening to their firearms? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tablanche. Honorable Shebeni.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks to the presentation by PSIRA. I'm almost covered by my two colleagues, Honorable De Blanche and Marekwa. But I've got the last two questions. In which manner is the monitoring of deregistered companies done? And what steps are taken to ensure that they do not operate within the industry? Number two, how is the dysfunctionality of the CFR affecting the so-called now the authority to inspect the firearm licenses and the usage of the firearms? I think that will be the only two that I'll ask for now, Chair, the others that have been covered by other members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shembeni. Mr. Chauke, you could now start with your responses. If you need to call in members of your team to respond, you are welcome to do so. Mr. Chauke, you may also call on members of your team and indicate. You don't need to call them. You may call them.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will deal with one or two questions, and the rest, my colleagues have got the DD, the Deputy Director Law Enforcement, as well as the acting COO, who will also assist with the questions. Chairperson, I would like to address the question that deals with the monitoring of firearms of companies that have been withdrawn. Chairperson, you will recall that at first we do inspect companies that are in possession of firearms or that have been licensed to utilize firearms, and we've been doing that for the past, I think, 3 financial years or more. Chairperson, one of the other things that we do when we find that companies have been withdrawn and they were licensed to possess firearms, we report those on a monthly basis to South African Police Service, in particular the CFR. We used to have a unit that worked together with the unit of PSIRA, some staff members in the enforcement unit of PSIRA that went around and collected firearms from the companies that were either liquidated or either withdrawn. That unit was since decentralized by SAPS. What are we doing currently? Chairperson, we have set up a firearm enforcement unit within PSIRA. We are busy trying to capacitate it in regard to training, in regard to competencies necessary. They will be going around to specifically look at those companies that have been withdrawn. Now, that leads us also to the question of how is CFR impacting on us in regard to the dysfunctions that are found there. One of the challenges that we have is access to the database of firearms. That is the main issue that we have. Chairperson, you will recall that we are not the primary organization that licenses firearms. We can only regulate the use, possession, and issuing of firearms. You will also recall, Chairperson, that we have draft regulations, which we have since consulted on, and we are reviewing, and we are going to be republishing them again. Part of the reason why we are reviewing them is to also deal with the issue of firearms that have been in possession of companies that are either no longer in operation and so on. One of the things that we will be doing in this current financial year, Chairperson, is to make sure that we have an electronic system that will be dealing with the management of firearms adequately to address that issue. Chairperson, let me hand over to the DD Law Enforcement to add to some of the issues regarding the questions that I've answered. And there's also a question that will be addressed by the acting COO in regard to why did we remove the self-assessment issue. Chairperson, to DD Law Enforcement.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Chairperson. To answer the question around the promulgation of the Act, as in like what is it that PSIRA will be doing? Yes, Honorable Whitfield, once the Act has been promulgated, we will make means to make sure that the key characters are properly inspected. We will have to design a specific template that is specifically designed for the key characters so that they are inspected. With regards to the issue of the self-assessment, it has been moved to the AOP. We are still doing the self-assessments as we speak. We have opened up for this financial year for the companies to do their self-assessment, but we have moved it to the AOP. And the question around how are we monitoring the deregistered businesses, with the deregistered businesses, we constantly make sure that we check on them if they are still operating or not. And there's a letter of good standing that one has to have if they want to tender for business. And we don't issue letters of good standing on companies that are deregistered by the authority. And what's the other question? I think the director has covered the question around the firearms. There was another question on the non-compliance with the wages. We do take action on companies that don't comply with Labor Relations Act, and specifically with regards to the wages. And where we feel that the bargaining council needs to come in, we refer some of the cases to the bargaining council. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I've maybe covered some of the questions that have been asked by the panel. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, the question regarding how are we dealing with the issues of gender equality? Chairperson, we are very much alive to the gender issues within our industry. We do have also stats of how many female and as well as male security officers are in the space. We have in the past embarked on consultations around the country to just check, Chairperson, issues of transformation. Amongst others, it came out very strong that we need to be empowering women. We are now finalizing the transformation charter, as earlier on alluded to by the acting COO. We will be also embarking on awareness programs to ensure that female citizens in this country take up the jobs and the careers that are available in the private security industry. Chair, thank you. I think we've dealt with the other question was how are we monitoring security companies that have been withdrawn or deregistered? Chair, you will notice that our database is real time. In other words, that any member of the public is able to check any company anywhere in the country 24/7, 365 days a year, whether they are registered with us or not. So that's the one mechanism that we've availed to members of the public, and we are doing very well in terms of receiving complaints. So that's the monitoring aspect. The one, so the system will be able to tell members that that company is withdrawn, and we do quite a lot of awareness and advertising to ensure that people use registered companies. In terms of actively monitoring them or following them, it's something that we do not do, but we react to complaints of those that are rendering service whilst they have been withdrawn. What we also do, Chairperson, in all cases where there is public issues that are in the fore, in other words, in the media, and there are issues with the company, and we know that that company is withdrawn, we do inform those clients, we write to them directly. In cases where we withdraw or we suspend, we write to the clients that are known to us, and we inform them that you cannot work with that company anymore. In other cases, companies do come forward and appeal our decisions, and therefore, when there is an appeal, Chairperson, which is a matter that sits outside our control, normally we wait for the proceedings and the processes to be concluded before we allow them or we bar them completely from trading. Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to check, Chair, what other questions that we may have left behind. The question regarding the review of data, I think it was also related to that. But just to put in context, Chair, we are cleaning our database. We are trying to make sure that those companies that are registered with us, those individuals that are registered with us, and they are not active in the industry, what are they doing currently? Because some of them might have moved forward in their careers, some of them might have been deceased, some of them might no longer be in the industry as such. So that process is part of cleaning the database to ensure that our database is clean. Thank you, Chair. I think we have addressed most of the questions in general. I will await any follow-ups to the questions, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chauke. Indeed, you have responded. General Nsia, would you like to come in now, please? Or are you covered?
Chairperson, I am covered, Chairperson, but I also noted a question that relates to the SAPS in terms of the issues of the Central Firearm Registry, as to what extent are they affecting the private security companies. I have noted that one, Chairperson, and I will be requesting General Musigidi also to speak to Mr. Chauke, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shembeni, is this a legacy hand?
Yes, Chair, I wanted to ask something. The issue of the cases whereby we had 2 people shot dead, one in Komatipoort in Mpumalanga, one in Middelburg. So if we can get the responses as to what happened with those companies, are there actions taken against those companies? How far are their investigations on these matters? Chair, thank you very much.
Honorable Shembeni, I'm sure you can accept that they will not have that kind of detail at hand. I'll allow Mr. Chauke to respond to you in writing. Honorable members, do you have any additional questions that you would like to ask? Mr. Chauke, you do have your hand up. Could you respond, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can give some preliminary response because we do have the details regarding that one of the companies. We've been dealing with that matter, Chair. Let me say that regarding one of the companies where people were shot in Mpumalanga, specifically by the name of Wellington, we did place the matter before our regulatory committee, We then wrote to them, we suspended the company. Their attorneys wrote back to us, they made a representation in order to continue to trade. We declined that representation. They then lodged a formal appeal. The municipality also came forward to us requesting that we direct and advise them what to do. When there is an appeal, Chairperson, the appeal is essentially appealed to the Minister of Police. In that case, the minister appoints an independent person. We then have the opportunity to respond and defend the action. But what we're also considering to do is to approach court to ensure that such a company does not continue to trade whilst we are awaiting the outcome of the appeal. So that's where we are. I'm not sure if that covers one of the matters that Honorable Shembeni is asking about, but I'm definitely sure it is, because the matter is in the public domain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If you require any further information, Honorable Shembeni will assist you in those responses. Honorable members, I don't see any further hands. Do we still have more hands? Honorable members, if you do not have further questions, Honorable Shembeni, if you will have further concerns, we'll attend to the matters directly. Honorable members, I'm asking for one last opportunity. If you have exhausted all your questions, honorable members, then I'd like to thank you. That brings us to the end of the business of today. The meeting of Friday continues at 9 o'clock. This then concludes the business of this portfolio committee. The meeting will now be adjourned. Thank you very much, Honorable Whip, General Nsia, honorable members, our support staff, Nicolette, Bawa, Nobesutu. They've been working overtime, weekends, long weekends. We should really thank and appreciate our support staff. The staff for our media team, Malatswa. Today I want to thank you, give a special sound of appreciation to you, because we are really pushing through these budget speeches and budget programs at a rapid pace. Honorable members, appreciating your inputs and your presentations today, the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury and team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.